Hello, everybody. Welcome in. How's it going? What's going on, Oshik? Yeah, we are going to be working on buildable flooring today. I've been wanting to add this into the game for a long time, so I've been spending a bunch of time on it last night and stuff, and it's getting there. Just a lot of bugs and stuff that we have to fix, but hopefully we can get it functional today. Nothing much. Killed 16 ender dragons at the boys yesterday. Let's go. That's crazy. Nice. Yeah, I've been just busy with stuff. Just working on Starground. I need to get it ready for the 18th, so it's not a whole lot of time left. And the weather in the very last one? Nice, that's awesome. Yeah, I would like to play Minecraft again sometime. It's always fun to do the servers, but, you know, it costs money. And, I don't know. The problem is I feel like I never have time to play. Then everyone else, like, you know, beats the game and does everything. And so, I don't know. I'll have to think about it. I don't know, maybe I'll just wait for Hytale and then do a Hytale server. Because I'm excited for Hytale. I'm surprised that it's still happening. After everything. But anyways. Let's jump into development. So. Tiles. Buildable flooring. We've got to make the flooring exist. So I'm just working on doing some auto tiling here. I was gonna copy the one over here from our grass, but I realized there's way too many tiles here. There's like a bunch of duplicates. There's like, I think this one here is like the same as one of these ones or something. I saw there's a duplicate. So I'm just making a new, like, this is the template. It's actually the same style as like the Game Maker one, because it's just convenient to do that. So that's what we're doing. I think I've got all of them drawn here. I'm just gonna go through here really quick though and make sure. I like doing stupidly long projects in Minecraft. Yeah, not building stuff though. Interesting. For me, Minecraft, that's probably my favorite thing, is to build houses and stuff. Or like redstone stuff is always really fun too. Yeah, I'm not usually super crazy about like the combat stuff. I think it's just because combat in Minecraft really isn't that fun. It's mainly just left click super fast. There's not a lot of strategy to it or anything. That's one of the things I'm excited for with Hytale, is that it's basically Minecraft, but finally good combat. So there is some like gameplay footage of it in action. It looks pretty good, so. Yeah, I got this pulled up just as a template here, so let's go through and make sure this is good. Top left, top right, top, bottom right, bop, 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 bop. Top row is good. I'm just gonna temporarily bop, so I know. Next row, bop, 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 bop. Da-da-da, da-da. Da-da-da-da-da-da, da-da-da, boom. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Good. Right. Good. Top left thing, top right thing, bottom right thing. Boom. Then boom, left, up, right, down, up, up. Yeah, we're good. Okay, so this should be all 47 tiles that we need for perfect auto tiling, so we should be good to go now. I did draw some tiles over here and stuff. This is what I want it to look like, ideally. So we're going to actually start making it for real now. So we're just going to start with like the outline bits, I suppose. I think this is the style I want to go with. I do like how it looks. The only thing is it is a little like maybe almost too perfect at the edges. This is like cobblestones. It's meant to sort of be like a, you know, earlier type of building, so maybe we should make the edges a little more rough and undefined, possibly. Let's experiment. So we could have like a stone in the corner. We could just do some stones. It'll be quite annoying to auto tile, but it might look cool. Yeah, it would be nice. I want to have some more primitive, you know, flooring types that you first place down when you start playing, so. But something like that would be cool, I think. Now, yeah, getting this to auto tile is going to be a nightmare, because it's not just like a square or whatever. I have to go through to every single little thing and fix it up. So it's going to be annoying. But it is what it is. Let's get rid of these single dark pixels because they look bad. Alright. Let's start with all the flat faces. And this is specifically the upward flat face. There's a lot of them. Let's make a new layer here. Let's make this a different color so I can actually tell what's going on. Okay. Now begins the long process. But it will look really good, I'm sure. I'm getting it set up with the tiles, so I think it's going to work out. I'm making it so it's moddable, right? Because I want people to be able to mod in their own types of floors. I have it set up right now where you just define your own tile resource, and then you just use that instead of like some kind of predefined tile resource, because it gives you a lot of control over like how you decide to do the auto tiling and stuff, which is good. It might require a tiny bit more work on the modder's part to get it working properly, I suppose, but I think it's worth it. And I just don't know how else I would really do it, honestly. Okay, so this is all the top left. Okay, well, the top left is just single pixels, so let's just go and do that. What color is the pixel? This color. Boom, 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 boom. All right. That guy. That guy, that guy, that guy. And that guy. And I think that's all the top lefters. Okay. So honestly, on the ones that I finish, I'm just gonna get rid of it so I know it's done. Get rid of the background, you know? Like this one's done now, both of these. Let's do the bottom right. So that one, what's the T is for? Ah, but it doesn't keep my selection. I think this selection in Krita is kind of stupid. I wish it was a little bit better. But oh well. Because, like, I don't know why they don't. I wish it was like paint.net. Because I feel like that selection is way better. But it is what it is. And there's a lot of things I do like about Krita, like especially the wraparound mode. For doing the cobblestone texture, it was so nice. You know, because I can just turn it on and then just kind of edit it. There's no, like, I don't have to worry so much about it tiling. It's very convenient. The only other bottom right, I think, is this guy. Boom. Let's do top right. Which is just 2 pixels. Or this bottom left. That doesn't seem right. Oh, well, it's not going to be connecting with that one. Yeah, I don't know if this is going to look good or not. I might have to do the square instead, which is fine. Instead of, like, the rough cobblestone-y outline. We'll just have to see. So I think I got all of them. Yes. Alright. And then let's do this one. So that's the top right. It's like a little corner piece. Oops. Okay, that's real good. This guy. This one. This one. I think that's all those ones. So that should be all the corner pieces now. Let's start deleting all these. So those are all good. Those are also all good. So now we're on to like the more flat pieces, it looks like. Let's do, I already did the bottom one. Let's do this guy. Also, I just want to make sure, I'm pretty sure it will, but you know how this looks like when it's tiled together. I feel like that looks mostly okay. It's probably fine. Can always make tweaks if I need to. Oh, excuse me. Well, thank you, thank you. It'll be fine. Let's just mess around with it. I can come back and fix stuff if absolutely necessary. There's all the top guys. There, right there. And we'll have to go through and clean up and actually make the corners look good, but shouldn't be that bad. We got the donut. And I'd like to do at least a couple, like, I think 3 floor types would be nice. I want to do some basic ones, like just stone and wood, and then maybe we get into some more like concrete manufacturing for more advanced types of flooring that give you more of a speed boost. That is something that I'm going to be working on with this system, is I want it to actually be a benefit, right? Like how it is in Factorio. I like that it gives you a good reason to build them, so. I was thinking how I would do pathfinding for my game. I don't know if I should use Godot's navigation stuff. I honestly have used it more and more, like with deadlift and stuff, and I feel like it's better than it seems. most of the time, if I ever have issues, it's just because like I didn't set up my maps and stuff right, you know, but I would recommend it. It is, it's pretty nice and performant. I mean, obviously, don't pathfind every single frame or something, because you're gonna have issues, but it's probably not a bad option. Yeah, the 3D one works pretty well. The 2D one does too. I mean, I guess it really just depends on, like, the constraints of your project, right? You know? Like, is performance a really big concern and stuff like that? Because maybe a more custom solution would be run faster, but it would have to be, you know, specific. I think the navigation system, though, is just a good, like, you know, can tackle anything kind of navigation system. So. Yeah, I mean, they make it pretty easy with, like, the, navigation map occluders and stuff, you know? You can just mark, like, hey, this is an obstacle. And it's really easy if you use, like, the grouping thing, because you just put your physics shapes, if it's in the group, then it just works. It acts as a collider to the navigation map, so... And you can have, like, exceptions to that, you know, if you remove it from the group and stuff, so... Okay, I think this is all the pieces. So now we need to go through and like fix them up and stuff. Because there's a lot that are just like weird and, you know, broken. So those ones can go away. Same with those ones. The only ones we really need to address are like the corners. Hey, Kankles, welcome in. How's it going? What's going on? Let's see, this corner piece, I'll make like a large rock. So then we can really just copy this piece over and over and over. Oops. Like same with this guy. And this guy. I hope this looks good, because I've spent so much time on it. But it'll probably look okay. What are we doing? Right now I am working on a buildable flooring type for Starground. It's finally time. I'm making it so that you can build floors. The system is already working pretty well. I mean, well as in it's technically functional. I wouldn't say it functions fantastically or anything yet. But we'll be working on that today. Okay, I think I messed up this one. Should have been that, I think. Maybe I just do that. That's honestly probably a better idea. Like that. Okay. Floors, yeah. That's the name of the game. Actually, the name of the game is Starground. Shut up. No, I would never. You know, these bottom corners are like mostly fine, so I'm just gonna like go through and fix them. So that one's good, that one's good. Let's here. Those can go away. And we're about to find out if all this work has paid off. Watch it just look really bad. It might. Who knows? One's good. One's good. One's good. I think they're all good. So here's our stone. So we're gonna copy this, go back to our original cobblestone here. I don't really mind this border here, so maybe I'll just keep that around. I love when I copy something and then I don't copy it. It's like really fun, guys. Okay. It leaves me some space up on top for like future, add more tile types if I want and stuff, so this should work. And now let's crop it. Get rid of the white. I think we're good to go. Let's get this guy out of here. Let's save it. Boom. Just move that guy there for now. Alright, so yeah, it's definitely way simpler than this one. This one I know has a lot of duplicates, so yeah, I will be diving into that in just a minute. I'm just gonna set up the auto tiling and then we'll go into all that. Yeah, I hope this actually is gonna look good. I guess we're about to find out. Oh, I wish the background wasn't gray on gray. Here, just temporarily, so I can see what I'm doing. I'm going to fill this all in with white. Just like that. Because I can't see anything. Alright. Now let's set up all of our tiles. Let's see, it's this one is not a tile. Alright, let's start painting. So that guy's in the corner, right corner. All of the tiles should be completely enveloped. But yeah, the auto tiling, or not auto tiling, the buildable flooring system works. Basically, each floor type has its own tile map layer that sits on top of the ground. And I do it that way just so that we don't lose information about what's a solid tile and what's water and stuff. I think it's probably the best way to do it. Each like section can only have one kind of flooring at a time, so it should work out. Oops. Yeah, I'll have to show you guys how it's looking right now. Yeah, let's just make sure that we, oops, did everything correctly. We don't have any erroneous tile mapping. Looks good to me. So we save that. And now, if we paint this tile set, it should work. I accidentally broke the shovel, so we're gonna refix the shovel. But I need to change its functionality a little bit anyways. The way the shovel's gonna work now is it's first going to mine the top, like the floor on top of the terrain before it mines the terrain. So I might actually just make it so it only mines the type that it first finds. So if you start digging on top of flooring, it'll only be breaking that flooring type, so it doesn't just start destroying everything. It's probably going to be the, you know, best way to do it. Time for some crazy flooring. Oh. Well, it looks like it's all tiling properly, but it's white, so let's make it not white. Resave it. Try this again. have like a hammer that breaks buildable tiling and then leave the shovel for terrain. I mean, we could. I just don't know if it's necessary to have a whole new tool for it, because I feel like the shovel basically does the same thing. And it's the same system too. One thing that I've done for this whole system is I've like got it integrated into what we already had. And it's really good that I did that, because it probably means it'll just work in multiplayer without me having to go through and fix it, right? And make a new system for it. But yeah, it looks good. I think it's all tiling. I'm still conflicted on whether I want like all these checkerboard patterns and stuff. Also, somehow this floor is on top of the terrain. I'm realizing something that I do need to fix is if there is a tile above and there's no water there, I have to make sure that it's actually terrain. So we're going to do that. It should be really easy. It's just inside of the world generator code. And here it checks, right, if it's land. Otherwise, down here, I just want to make sure that we set it to the right thing in here. So that should fix that with this floor over water. Yeah, they still spawn on tiles right now. We're gonna be changing that. Why did that not work? Yeah, it's still just like there's no... It's odd. Let's figure out why that's happening. If tile is land... Otherwise, if it's empty... Yeah, otherwise it should do that and then set and modify tile. It should be okay. I don't know why it's not doing that. Let's restart here. Yeah, I haven't even gotten there. It's still pretty basic right now, the flooring system as it is, but we're going to be working on it a lot more. I just wanted to get this one flooring visible, you know, with the tiling, and then now that that's set up, I think we can start working on doing all the other ones. What's up, K-Mac? Is this what the top feels like? I suppose. Give me just a moment here. Still not placing down the tiles underneath, which is really odd. I'm not sure why it's doing that. How we doing? It's going good. I'm just working on buildable flooring right now. And it's coming along. There's still some weird quirks like this. Like, I don't know why it's like that. But we're getting there. Why is it not? Because what it should be doing is placing flooring underneath these floors. Like, because for example, if I go out here and I build a little bit of terrain, and then I place some cobblestones on top. Right. Now let's save our game. And then I load back into it. It should set those tiles underneath to solid terrain, but it doesn't seem like it's doing that. But it did for these ones, so it could just be that my save is like a little bugged. I wouldn't be surprised. But it's just really odd that this one specifically. Because what happens if I repair it? Placeable land tiles here. So now it's solid. If I save again. Dadwa. Then load Dadwa. Is it going to be fixed? Interesting. So now it's fine. Is it that I'm not clearing out my tiles before I... No, because it deletes the world. Well, it seems normal. I don't know why that one was weird, but I fixed it, I guess, so it's probably okay. So it's fine, I'm sure. Weird. Yeah, I think this will work then. So the next things that we need to do is make it so we can break this stuff. Right now the shovel is screaming at me for some reason. I'm not sure why. Says right here. So it is running the set tile map function here. But it's not... Okay, so it's just not getting a tile map reference, and that's probably the issue here. So it doesn't know the position to grab from and stuff. Okay. I mean, this here, honestly, we could swap this out for, get tile map from ID, and then just say Starground region Viridian. And just get the position from there. It's probably going to be better. Let's see if that fixes the problem, though. So that still doesn't fix the problem, and it's still complaining about setting a null tile. And it's just because it's doing the stuff down here. It should be pretty easy to fix. I think it's just because I need to set that to whatever. So hey, bro, what's up? Any progress on Starground Maze game? Yeah, we are working on buildable flooring right now in Starground. I'm just mainly going through and trying to work out all the bugs, but you can place down floors now like this. And it'll stop resources from spawning. We still haven't gotten to that part yet. And it'll also give you a little bit of a speed boost. So yeah, it's coming along. Just got to keep working at it. I want to do at least one cobble floor like this made out of just stone, and then a wooden floor too. So, because it would just be cool. But yeah, it should be really nice to be able to put this stuff down, you know, on top of your, underneath your factories. Now it's like, you know, well, nice. Yeah, I want to do like a concrete. This is just cobblestone, so it's kind of like the lowest tier or whatever. Something you can just build immediately. Or at least very soon. But I want to do more, like, I guess we'll add concrete into the game and stuff, so. I'm just thinking how to get this to work. So, okay, let's go through what's happening in here. It runs set modified tile. It passes in an empty ID because it wants to destroy the tile. So might have to change the way that works. I think that's probably what I need to do here. Have another variable in here that's like destroy. Because I hate how this is right now. Oops. Let's do that. Let's change this so we have another variable at the end called destroy. Well, I'll keep that right here at the beginning. So false. Now we have to go through every single section where we say set modified tile. So the world generator. Let's see. So now for destroy, we're going to pass in false. I believe. It seemed to update for some reason. Also, yeah, let's just make destroy not have a default. All right, so that's set destroy to false. The same with this one, like, I guess I'm gonna need some other kind of function that does like a complete destruction of everything on that tile. Or I guess I'll just do a check if there is another floor tile above it. Then we just break that too if we destroy the land tile. It's probably gonna be the way to do it, I suppose. I'm just trying to think about the best way to do this right now. Because we got a lot of variables in here and it's getting a little silly. All these arguments. So I think we need to like simplify this or something. Change the way this is. So we have a region ID. Because I need to know like what layer I'm trying to destroy. That's the problem. If I just pass in an empty ID, how am I supposed to know, you know? Like which tile am I actually breaking? And I don't know if I really need to pass in a region ID. I'm not sure about that. I guess we will for now. So we got the tile ID. Destroy. Whether I want to destroy the tile or not. I mean, I guess we can just have a separate function called like destroy all or something. Or just another boolean at the end. Maybe I just make this destroy or modification type, have like a flag. Right. And then say this is dot tile modification type or something like that. That might just be easier. So I can have like destroy all, destroy floor. I can just have different things. Let's do that. I don't know why these are variables, yeah. I'll just call it tile modification. Destroy, build, destroy all. It's probably the way to do it. Okay. So yeah, now it's going to complain about everything, but it's fine. So like, for example, this one in here now. This is inside of build. So we're going to say mod API. I just say like destroy. Tile modification dot build. And same with this guy here. We're going to be building. Okay. Down here, yeah, because I got too many Boolean flags. It's really hard to tell what's going on here. That one's going to be build. So we should be good there. Yeah, now we just go through. Like, so for example, this one. Let's see, this is set to true and then false. That sells true. I want this one to be destroy all. And there's not really going to be very many things that destroy all like that. I think this is literally it. But I just want a way to say, hey, break everything on the floor. including the land tile underneath and stuff. I don't think I really use these functions. So I'm just gonna like comment this out. Same with this. It'll probably be fine. And then instead of the player, so this is us breaking. We can figure out what is the current top level, or like the tile at that given position. And then figure it out that way. So what we say is tile map is get tile map at position. So it's pretty straightforward. I'm just going to check, is there a custom tile there? And if not, then we're good to go. So if global dot, oops, dot modified tiles, right? I guess that's the way to do it. And then an index. Say var region ID. Get region ID at position. Global position. So I want to check. And then I can also grab our tile position and stuff here. All right, so if we have a tile position, we'll do this stuff instead. Then we say global.main.set modified tile. Basically this. Instead of passing in an empty ID here, we're going to change this. So there's going to be mod API dot tile modification dot destroy. So that should break the tile, the land tile. Then let's say, oops, right here. Say modified tile is that. And then if it's not there, we'll just give it a default like Starground tile land. Then we don't need to have any if statements and stuff. And I guess we can do that. So if there's no tile there, just return. And I don't know why this one would. We can also check if it's not solid. All right, that should be it. Then here, we're not going to be passing in that. We're going to call this tile ID. All right. Hopefully this all works out. So we got our region. We're going to check our tile data. We're going to access the region. Get our tile position. And then if we don't find a modified tile there, we know that it's just a land tile. So that should be it. I think. All right. Now we're going to check what our modification type is in here now. So instead of just checking if it's empty, if modification type is equal to api.tile modification.build, if we're trying to build a tile. You know, this one here doesn't really make any sense, so we're just going to kind of comment that out. So if we haven't defined a region, this existing data. Oh, okay, I have to have the existing data. I guess, let's see. If the tile's already there and we're trying to build, then we just don't do it. So if there's a tile there, it's the same ID, and we are trying to build the tile, then return false. Otherwise, we run all this stuff. We set the tiles, do the checkerboard stuff, the effects, and then this is going to happen if we do destroy tile. Alright, hopefully that works. There's still a bunch of other set modified tile functions we need to fix, so let's go through and do all those. So that one's good. This one's not good. Well, I don't use that one anymore. Alright, right here. Send initial tile. Let's see. Just thinking, because sometimes the tiles stored in here are an empty ID, right? So... I mean, I know what the tile ID is, so I'll just say if call data.tile ID that is empty. Let's say var modify type is equal to mod API dot application dot, let's say build by default. And then if it's empty, we'll say modify type is equal to mod API dot tile modification dot destroy. Now we can just pass in modify type. Hopefully that works. And set modified tiles ready isn't anything. And I think that's everything. Yeah, I mean, I don't call this function everywhere, luckily, so. Alright, I have no idea if this is gonna work. Let's see what happens. I hate having to break down a whole system like this that's worked, but it's probably for the better. The way it was set up before was just not really, probably not the best way to do it. I need more flexibility, so. Alright, so we're in, it placed down all the tiles properly, which is a good start. So if we go and break this tile, okay, it does break the land tiles. And then if we break this tile, so you can see it is correctly saying that there's a modified tile there, which is good. It doesn't do anything. It looks like it's calling or throwing a bunch of errors. Yeah, right here. So let's see, break tile, I say destroy. Can I convert argument 3? What is tile ID? Let's see what it's printing out here. Oh yeah, I think it might be a... Okay. I wonder why tiles have a dictionary instead of just being a string. Is there any other information I'm ever going to synchronize with these tiles? I don't think so. I just need to know, is there a tile there or is there not? So let's change the format of that. Because I think it'll just be better to just be a string. Yeah, let's do that and go up to our modified tiles. We're gonna have to do a lot of conversions and stuff with save files, but it's probably worth it. So that's still fine. So yeah, right here I say tile ID and region tiles. Yeah, let's just change how we do this. We're just gonna say region tiles tile ID. Let's see, modified tiles. So that gives us a region ID. Let's change it to that so it's not confusing. Yeah, so I just want to say on this, just convert everything to a simple format. I don't care about is land and stuff and all that. Well, I will have to check that stuff, but... Yeah, it's really annoying to have to convert old file formats, but it is what it is. Okay, so let's say for tile position in region tiles. So loop through, each key on here is going to be the position. Now I want to say if region tiles.get tile position is a dictionary, then I need to do the conversion. So yeah, here I'm just going to say if, let's say var tile data is equal to that. And then if it is land, I want to say, you know, this down here. Yeah, I really just want to like reset it. I'm just going to call this var new data. It's a dictionary. And then down here say modified tiles is equal to new data. Okay, so if previously that tile used to be land in the old format, now I want to say new data at tile position is equal to Starground tile land. Otherwise, Godot, let me copy. I set that to an empty ID, so it's empty. No tile data. I think that should fix the issues here. Hopefully. Okay, so let's just make sure. Because I don't want to corrupt people's saves. That'd suck. Region tiles. Got our new data. Down here we say region ID is new data. So we're just looping through every single tile. Let's snooze the end. We get the data. If it's a dictionary, then we do all that stuff. Here, let's just also throw this in now. Otherwise, if we don't need to do the conversion process, we're just going to say... let's see. Okay, I do need to loop through this, so... I'm going to do this. So this is looping through every single tile found in there. If we need to convert, do that stuff. Otherwise, down in here, we're going to say new data tile position is just equal to region tiles get tile position. And I think that should work. Let's save that and try this out. I want to load up one of the older versions. One of the old save files. Alright. Let's go load my classic save that does have some modified tiles. Before. Alright, so it's not happy. That's okay. So IPO, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. And I'm just trying to think if there's any other data I would ever put onto that tile there. I mean, I guess technically there could be. I mean, the more I think about this, I guess it's not a bad thing, right? So we could undo everything that we just did. I don't think it'll significantly increase the multiplayer synchronization size or anything, so it's probably fine. Let's just fix everything. I love when I make a change and then decide to undo everything. It's really fun. Okay. So, where was the issue where it was broken? I think it was inside of here or something. I was getting the tile somewhere. Oh yeah, it was inside of break tile in here, so... What I did before is this. Where I say tile ID is that. Let's see. Yeah, here I needed to do, oh no, that should be fine, because we're getting the tile ID. I see. So I need to first just try and say, okay, I'll just do this. Var tile ID is equal to empty tile by default, or just land tile. Assuming that I don't find any. Now I'm gonna say if global.main.modify tiles at region d.has tile position. Let's just do this. Our tile is that. And then as long as tile is real, then now I can say tile ID is equal to tile, or to this again. Yeah, tile.tile ID. That should work now. All right, let's try this out. I know it's like super boring, guys, but it'll be nice. I think this system will work really well once it's all said and done, though. I know right now it just seems like, I don't know, random changes, but I think we're getting there. So I should be good to just load up this save now. Alright, so now when I dig, watch this. Tile, normal. Terrain, nothing happens yet. That doesn't mean it's not working. There's no errors. So it's probably still calling... let's assume the best. Let's print out what our tile ID and stuff is. Yeah, so it is correctly printing out cobblestone. So it's running this function. It's saying, hey, I want to break the cobblestone that's here on this tile. Let's see if we're doing this, if we're getting to this point in the script. Okay, so it's getting past all the initial checks. All right, so we get the tile map. Set cell should be true. So now we're down here into building. So let's make sure that it's working. Oh, well, it's not in build mode, so it's not gonna run that. Yeah, I just don't have any code set up, I think, to destroy the tile, and that's probably the only issue we have here. And I do that object check. I just want to print down here and make sure it's fine. Okay, so it's running that code fine. So let's see, what is it trying to do? So it's doing a collision check. Let's see if it's, you know, colliding with something. Okay, it's not. And I only want to do this collision stuff, or tile ID is not equal to Starground tile land, because you should always be able to break these regardless of what's above them. So okay, so now we're gonna say get cell tile data as long as we're on solid ground, which I don't think should matter that much. Then we do all this stuff. Got a final connection list. Okay. Do the effects stuff. Yeah, I want to change like this. That's not supposed to be like that. should be fine. I guess it's because of this right here. It's not checking if it's actually solid. So it's just because I didn't properly draw that on. Let's go do that. See if that corrects the issue. I just need to go into here and then say solid right here. Set it to on. Just so I know like which ones are actually a full tile and which ones are the edge pieces, because that kind of matters. I don't want people to be able to break the edge because those are just kind of extra decorations, not like real things. Let's give this a try. Then I just need to do some more code inside of the player for, you know, when we start clicking and when we release left click and stuff. That seemed to work. It didn't do the tiling properly, unfortunately. It's making it sort of weird. You can see it is breaking the tiles, and obviously it's giving me the wrong material and stuff, so let's, you know, fix that. And it thinks that there's just no tile here now, which is kind of a problem. What I need to do is make sure... I need to check, am I breaking an actual floor tile, or am I just breaking, you know, whatever. Because I bet down here I'm saying, like, set modified tile to something. Also, let's just correct this down here. So, and drop item. We don't care about the region anymore. We're going to say var. I think we already have tile data. Say for I in tile data dot ingredients, and then go back into the tiles table. So ingredients seems a little normal. And now we just do this. I.id, I.amount. So now breaking the cobblestone should actually drop cobblestones. Boom. How did that update live? Oh, it was already set in the data table, yeah. So we're getting closer, guys. We're able to break the tiles, so that's a good start. But we're still not there yet. So the reason, I think, is because I say success here is true. I'm just trying to find out where I'm actually deleting, like, the ID here. I do the effect. I set the tiles. So nowhere in the build section. Yeah, I wonder where I'm actually setting the tile data. I mean, here it shouldn't be setting... it should just be setting it back to itself, I believe. It's probably because I'm not finding the tile anymore. Yeah, this is what it's complaining about. Is that, hey, there's no tile there. So... what is this saying? 0, then 1. Oh, and the terrain value. Why is it complaining? Oh, it's trying to... Right. Because I say set cells 0 to 7 on one of those. Doesn't work. Let's hide that for a minute. So let's see, what am I doing there? Okay, I'm just setting the neighboring cells to that. Let's just set it to 0, 0 for now, so I stop getting errors. Oh, and that actually fixes the auto-tiling stuff, which is really promising. You can see now it just looks totally normal. Obviously, the checkerboard and stuff goes away, which is not supposed to happen. But we can fix that by just checking if we're actually breaking a land tile. I think we need some kind of another thing to denote, is this a land tile or is this a flooring, you know? So we'll say land is true. And then now on these I can say land is false on cobblestone. I think that's going to be kind of important. So let's restart this. Now, like all these cases where I check or tile ID is not land, I can just say or tile data dot land if it's not land. And I don't even want to bother doing a physics check if I don't need to. So I'm just going to say if result is true. And then just say if that. If we're not land, then set result. And that's just a little bit better. I guess result is a dictionary. Okay, and that's fine though. Okay. We're close. We're getting much closer. So just trying to figure out where the ID actually gets set, right? Because, I guess we're not in build mode, so it must be, like, here? No, it's not there. It's nothing in there. It's not down here either. So it must be here where I'm actually setting the data. But it's weird, because I think I'm just setting the data back to itself. So I need to make sure if it's in destroy mode, it actually sets it to the proper ID. Just load into the game. Yeah, see, it loaded with the same tiles, so... Oh. That's super weird. I don't know why I can only break, like, one tile. Why is it like that? Let's see if it's actually running any code. Oh, it's probably because result is not true by default. Okay, let's do that. Say result is equal to that. So what does this return if nothing happens? An empty dictionary. Okay. Oh, it should actually be that. Let's try this again. There we go. So, okay, next step, let's go ahead and change the way in which these tile IDs are set and stuff. And instead of just saying success, I'm gonna say new ID. Right. New tile ID to be set. And anywhere where I mention success, I can change that. So this is building the tile. Go ahead and just say that is equal to tile ID. Down here where I break it, that's another thing that we're going to change. So this just says success is true. Don't know where I really do that. Just say that down there. All right, so right here, I want to check if it's solid, if it's land or not. Is itn't? What does that mean? Then here I just say if new tile ID that is empty. And lastly, if we are not land, then I want to say new tile ID is equal to Starground region or Starground tile land. Otherwise, if we are land, the new tile ID is going to be equal to empty. Also, I realize I have to say down here it's not equal to null. Let's go set it up here. Alright, let's just set it to a string. Okay. So let's try it out. So once I break one of these cobblestones, now it should say like, hey, now you're land tile. Well, it doesn't seem to work. Sometimes it does. Oh, it's because those ones are probably like bugged over there. Let's create a new cobblestone. Double hashtag is for documentation. Okay. Should I only use a single then? I mean, I can. Let's hide that guy now. Am I supposed to leave a... I guess I probably don't leave a space. Okay. Break the cobblestone. It's not... It doesn't seem like it's setting it to the proper tile. But let's find out why. So down here, it should be saying... If we're not land, then set it back to land. Just gonna print at the end what new tile ID is down here. Here, let's do. So there it does set it back to land, and then it immediately sets it to empty. Like, it's weird. You can see here it's setting the string to. Maybe it's just being set to null. Yeah, it's weird though that it just doesn't thinks that the terrain is not there or something. We gotta figure out why that's the case. So let's just print here. Print. Let's make sure the function's actually running, because it could just be that the shovel just isn't running. Okay, so it is doing that. We're not building, so it should just go straight down to destroy down here now. Let's try it out. But it's not. That's fascinating. Unless it's just running in there, that could be the issue. Okay, so it's not returning false there. I really doubt that it's... Okay, let's check this stuff in here. I'm gonna crash the game. Parse error. So it's running that code. Let's see if it's running this code. It shouldn't be building. Okay, for some reason it's set to build mode. That's why nothing's happening. So why would it be building on the shovel? That doesn't make any sense. Let's go back to that. I probably just accidentally left in the wrong thing. Break tile. How would that even be happening? Tile modification destroy. Let's print out our modification type. Should be destroy, should be 0. Which it is. What? I don't understand. How is this possible? It shouldn't be possible. Oh, it's not running that code. I'm just dumb, probably. Okay, let's go down here again. It should definitely be running this code then. Unless something else is wrong. You know, it is running that. So I wonder what result is being printed out as. Maybe it just thinks that there's something there stopping it. The AI of Folly, or Folly is the same AI of Sims from The Sims. Oh yeah. Okay, that says it's true. So it means that there's no collision. So it should be fine down here. So since we're grabbing sprint tile ID, is this the problem? I'm setting it to 0. Maybe that's the issue. Okay, that's wrong. Somehow it still thinks that it's cobblestone, which is just not correct. So that's really odd. I probably just didn't do it down here properly. Oh. Okay. That's what we need to do. Whoopsies. Just let me copy properly, please. Okay. I'm hoping that that's the only issue and everything else is fine. Let's see what happens. Yeah, I'm curious about your... how do you program the Sims AI? What is the algorithm for that? Oh, that's good. That's a good sign. See, it's breaking both now. You can see it's dropping both items, the stone and the land tile, so... This is basically in the destroy all mode or whatever, where it just doesn't care what kind of tile is there. It's just like, destroy everything, you know? That one, for some reason, though, is not breaking. Which is quite odd. It might be that there's a resource there? I doubt it. There's probably some weirdness going on. So I just need to restart this. I need to open up a new save. Every sim has wants? Yeah, okay. I think that's a pretty good way to do it. Each object broadcasts their values which they can help with. Yeah. Interesting. Let's see, break tile. I need to see where I do break tile. Okay, so right here, action pressed. I'm gonna say if input dot is action just pressed. We're gonna have a new variable, which is like var first tile dug. Just in the process, say right here if I don't want just released. I can just do the opposite of pressed. Tool action. Back to an empty string. So now if we just press tool action to dig, we're gonna say first tile dug. Well, we don't do that. We just go until we find it. Okay. So now we say if tile ID, well, we know there has to be one, so we say first tile dug is equal to tile ID. Each object, yeah, broadcasts their values. One is the low object that can help with that one is multiplied to a bigger value. And Sims choose one of the 3 biggest valued actions. Okay. Yeah, it's pretty straightforward. It's interesting. Okay, so we're gonna say first tile dug. And then otherwise, if we don't have it, I'm gonna say if our new tile ID is not equal to first tile dug, stop and don't actually modify the tile. So let's see if this works. So theoretically, what should happen is the first tile that we find a valid destruction, we say, hey, that's my tile now, and I'm gonna hold on to that until I release my action button. So if I start mining land tiles and there's floor on top of it, it will not break the ones with floor. Theoretically. We're about to find out. So watch this. You can see it doesn't break the floor tiles. And likewise, if I start mining the cobblestone first, right? Boom. I'll only be digging up the cobblestones instead of destroying all the land tiles underneath. So that's pretty important. I don't know why I can't break these ones. There's like some weird ID stuff that's been corrupted. Probably. I need to like make a new save. But there's something a little weird going on with loading saves. We got to figure that part out. So let's build some cobblestones. I should only ever be able to place these on top of pre-existing tiles. Now, if I just build some land tiles over here, I want to see what happens if I place cobble on top and then load the save and stuff. Because it should theoretically keep these land tiles and the cobble, you know, both. Because I want it like set up where if there's ever flooring, I just immediately know that in order for that player to have placed it, there had to have been a land tile underneath, right? So I can just assume that, yeah, there should be a land tile there. And call it 6, 7. Okay. And if those tiles do not spawn, then I know there's some kind of issue. I'm sorry. So it seems fine over here. I see that there's obviously land tiles underneath, which is the important thing, right? So if I break this cobblestone... See, it's really weird, though. Sometimes there's a couple land tiles that I'm just not allowed to break. Like, I don't know why I can't break these two. It's really strange. I can walk over them, so I know there's a valid land tile underneath. We just got to figure out why these two specifically are unbreakable. I don't really know. It's even 6, 7. Dude, I don't even know, man. It's just nothing. It literally means nothing. I think it has some kind of reference to a footballer or something, as far as I remember, but... Or not a footballer, a basketball player or something, but I don't know. It's stupid. So why is this not... doing it? I should be able to break this tile on this tree, even though there's a collider there. But you can see it's throwing a million errors. So that's really odd. Saying that there's no tile map. Doesn't make any gosh darn sense. But obviously it's referencing it, so... It's saying the tile set is null. Why? But it's not. It's right there. It's very strange. Because I have, let's see what the tile ID is that we're trying to break. Because maybe it's just getting the wrong tile ID or something. Okay, somehow it's not returning a tile ID. Which is extremely strange. Before I call this function, let's print our tile ID. It could be printing out tile land. Okay, somehow tile ID is being set to nothing, which doesn't make any sense. So, okay, we're gonna go through here, tile data. And then we get it from modified tiles. Okay, so... Let's see. It's because the tile ID is empty somehow. So So basically, somehow we lost data. I don't know how this happened, but it's like the game just doesn't know that that's a cobblestone anymore. It thinks that it's an empty tile, which is very strange. So you can see, obviously, these ones are fine. Is it just when I move the cursor really fast? No. Oh, but that one's broken. But why? Because obviously you can see there's land underneath it. So it's not like that. It's not that their land or something is disappearing. I just can't break it. It just thinks that there's no modified tile there, which is super weird. Now it's because of that. Yeah, it's just a really weird bug. Why only those guys? I just wonder what part of the code would cause their ID to become empty. Unless it's something wrong with, like, the building, maybe. Does anything use as force? Let's find out. True, false, true, false. True, false, true. Let's just get rid of that stuff. So set cells is true. It will not. Well, we can just say that's. Let's go back to that one. We'd say that's false. I don't want it to drop tiles. Then I have force set to true. I don't know if force needs to exist anymore. I think that's kind of an artifact of a bygone era. Maybe that's what's causing all these bugs. What did I call it? Oh yeah, sorry. But now I didn't place any tiles, so obviously that matters. Right, force does actually matter. Set cells, so I want this to be true. False, true, false. Yeah, what it was before. Okay. I just don't know why those two are really weird. You know, it'd be fine if it was some kind of like repeatable pattern, but I'm just not sure what is causing that. We can go ahead and try and dig these up again, see if it's just the same tiles or not. So we can immediately see it's not the same tiles now. I still can't break the tiles underneath the trees for some reason, so maybe let's figure that bug out first. I mean, once I break the trees... Okay, I still can't break them. Weird. Oh, it's probably because it's saying that there's a tile there or whatever. Okay, let's go into the code and figure that one out. So down in here... Oh, I need to say if that is land. That's probably what's happening here. Oh, I bet that's what happened. So it broke the tiles underneath there, and then it thinks that it's like... Okay. I think I know what happened. So now that I just fixed that issue, I think we should be okay. I had the two swapped, so what happened is it thought that this floor could be broken underneath the resources, but not the cobblestones. So it ended up just being cobblestone on top, but no floor, and it just broke everything. Or no land tile, you know. Now watch this. Boom, I can break the land tiles underneath, the flooring underneath other buildings now. And then I can break the land tiles and it should, you know, properly work where... The land tiles, like, if it finds something it collides with, so for example, right here, I can't break these tiles underneath. But unlike that, when I place down cobblestones, and there's a building on top, I should be able to break the cobblestones underneath this building. Which you can see is working. So that's good. Because there should be flooring underneath stuff. Like, because if I place down some cobble, place a furnace, and then I break the furnace, it should still have floor underneath. So that's working pretty well. The only other thing I want to fix in here is the checkerboard stuff. That's a little funny over here. I only want to run this checker stuff if this is land and not floor. So that should stop breaking the concrete from ruining all the checkerboard patterns, as you can see. So that's a good step. We're really close to getting this functional, I think. Now, theoretically, since this has all been done with the exact same system I already had configured for multiplayer, I believe it should already just work with multiplayer. I can't say for sure, but let's just try it out, honestly. This is one of the reasons I wanted to do it this way, because I don't want to introduce a bunch of new multiplayer testing that I have to do. Because that just sucks, you know? Nobody wants to do that. But if I can just use the same system that I know already worked on multiplayer, then it's fine. So let's see what happens here. So let's go to multiplayer. Post our autosave. Set to loud because I updated the engine. Wait for it to allow. Okay. Hey, Azranthal, welcome in. How's it going? Oh. It's not happy, huh? Oh, what? I sent the... Oh, that should be okay. Oh, I'm just stupid. It's usually what it boils down to. Okay. I just didn't capitalize it properly. Let's try this again. Yeah, Zerthal, how's it going? What are you up to? Man, I need to stop eating these sour icebreakers. I don't know what happened. I feel like my mouth is less resistant towards sour these days. I used to be able to guzzle down warheads and all sorts of nasty stuff that would dissolve my flesh, and now it's... I can't do it anymore. Let's see, autosave. 1. Good, playing some Starbound. Yeah, nice. I like Starbound. Here, let's connect. Please work. So far, so good. Look at that. Beautiful cobblestones. Oh, you meant Starground? Ah, okay. So good. So watch this. If I break these tiles, boom, it just works. It just frickin' works. So that's a really good start. I'm glad this is already functional in multiplayer. There's only a couple other things we really need to do. Like, one of those is changing the building collision stuff. Because right now, if I try and place a cobblestone down inside of another building, it doesn't, like, let me. Because it thinks that it's supposed to be colliding. Like right there. But that should be, hopefully, a pretty easy fix. I think I'm just going to add another building flag that's, like, you know, can be placed underneath other buildings, so. But yeah, anyways, we're just working on buildable flooring today. And so far it's going really well. I think it's almost functional. The only thing I have to make sure, which is going to be kind of the challenge, is make sure this stuff also works on Opus and Tyria, yeah. Because I think it's going to be broken on those 2 planets right now, but hopefully it won't be too bad. But yeah. But it's going good. And then this is going to let you stop resources from respawning, which will be nice. Yeah, I want to do structural stuff like this because I think it's really nice to be able to build actual buildings, you know? I want to hopefully add in a couple new types of walls. And then also do like doors, not like fence gates, but more like real like Minecraft style doors, right? Because I just think it would be nice to be able to do that. But yeah, it's going good though. We're almost there. I'm just kind of just tying up all the loose ends and stuff, you know. I do need to... Did I just delete that one thing? Oops. Okay, don't do that. Where was that one section? It's down here where I want to set this to... instead of setting this to 0... See, why do I set that to 0? Actually, I don't know if that matters right there. Because that's when I'm destroying a terrain. It shouldn't be a problem. I think I can just leave that at 0. Because I'm going to do tile stuff down there anyways. I think it's probably okay. Is a bridge a possibility, or rather than a land bridge? It is something I was thinking about, being able to put... I mean, this system inches us closer to that. It's kind of... I'm almost getting it set up to where you can place any kind of tile anywhere, regardless of, like, the region. So, it's totally possible that I could work on some kind of bridge flooring. It would be cool. I want an island factory, some sketchy looking rope bridges. Yeah, that would be neat. Because I think I can just add another tile called land, or with the land tag, and then just be able to place that down. Maybe. I don't know. I'm gonna have to definitely experiment with that, because it would be cool to be able to do bridges and stuff. But it might be a little tricky. I can't promise that's gonna be out for 0.15. Because right now I mainly want to just get regular flooring implemented. Make sure that it's stable, and then I can kind of like, you know, explore things a little bit more. Like bridges. So maybe that might come for like 15.1 or something like that. We'll have to see. But yeah, just felled logs. Yeah, it could be nice. It's definitely something I would like to do eventually. Yeah, I'll be exploring that. Once I'm sure that everything else is stable and reliable, then I can, you know, mess with other stuff like that, so. Just spitballing, sounds simple is not equal to... Yeah, no, it's... I appreciate it, though. I always do, you know, appreciate any kind of suggestion or idea. Yeah, the only things that I think might be a problem is like this right here. Where changing the flooring on Opus is going to set it back to. I think what I need is like, I need to define what is the base tile at a given region. So if I'm inside of Opus and I place down some flooring or whatever, I need like the game to be like, what tile is supposed to be underneath that tile, basically, right? I mean, let's just see what happens if I place down some flooring on Opus or something. But let's go over to Tyria. I have no idea what's going to happen there. It probably just won't even let me use the tool on Tyria, is my guess, the shovel, but... So I don't know if you just saw that. But why is this furnace just floating? Didn't I break this furnace? How did this get here? Really strange. I don't know. But it's stuff like that I want to make sure that never happens where tiles delete themselves, because that would be pretty bad. So placing cobblestones down here is not doing anything. And my guess is that it's probably placing a bunch of cobblestone right now in Viridian. So let's go over there and see. No, it did not. Which is interesting. Because I thought it would have. Could just be the depth ordering of what it is on Tyria. I mean, I doubt it. But let's find out. It's set to -50. And on the gem, -50. So it's probably not that. Weird. Let's go over to Opus and try there. Not doing anything. And it doesn't mean it's not doing anything. It might be trying to place down flooring, but just isn't doing it or something. Let's dive into these functions and figure out what's going on. Because, yeah, I would love to be able to place flooring down on those places. I mean, it's going to be tricky, for sure, to get all that kind of stuff working, but... let's load up this. Yeah, and I need to make sure absolutely that this terrain is permanent. I mean, it seems fine. I don't know why that furnace would have randomly spawned back in, or how I would have even placed it on an area without land tiles. But every time I load in, it seems like everything's in place. It might have just, like, corrupted my save or something. I don't know. Let's just get this working on Tyria first. So what happens when I try and place this? I don't see anything print out. So let's go dive into the function. See if it's even doing anything in here. And I shouldn't be able to break this. Yeah, that's bad. So. And it's because there's no... that's probably why. So I have to make sure that every automation zone has a entry in modified tiles, even if it's one that's not supposed to have land tiles. So region Tyria. Let's add that on. That's probably why the other tiles weren't appearing, but, well, it wasn't appearing on Opus either, so we're about to find out what's going on with that. Whoa. Godot beta. Oh. Oh yeah, glow stuff. Interesting. These are all breaking changes. Oh, that's it. Okay. Core. Change scene to node. Interesting. Yeah, now we get the new theming. Fix this stuff. Make it more compact. Cool. Whoa. Can move the output window now. Monkey. It's rotation snapping. That's kind of cool, actually. What is this? Oh yeah, there's like some new signals now and stuff, I think. Anyways, I'll look through that another time. All right, let's load back in. Okay, back to Tyria. So if I use the shovel again, I don't know what's going to happen. Okay, nothing happens, but it is running the function, which is funny. Okay. Let's see. Just trying to think how I want to do this. Well, let's try building. See what happens there. Okay, so it is running the function to build the cobblestone, as you can see down there. But it just doesn't do anything. Well, maybe. Let's go figure out what's going on. I think we're printing down here. Let's get rid of that. All right, so we should be in the build section here. Let's see if it's actually running this code. Ah. Ah. Doesn't... Oh, sometimes it runs? Okay, so it does think that there's already, like, tiles there or whatever, so that's at least working. It might just be that I need to offset the position here because this is not taking into account my current region ID. So... I probably just need to say that. For my tile position. I don't know if that's gonna work, but let's see. Oh, it's not happy. Here, before we do that, let's just print out what is the tile position that we're trying to get. Okay, so you can see the position of what I'm placing is relative to my current region. So that's sort of the issue there. So I can just say plus region data dot location, and let's see if that fixes the problem. So at least it's doing the effects in the right position, which is a good start. But the tiles are invisible for some reason, which is odd, because it should be visible. Ah, and it's because I am using tile position, which is wrong. Yeah, I really shouldn't do tile position like that anymore. Honestly, I might just change the way that all of these tile sets work and are generated. Just keep them all centered around 0. It's probably going to be a better way to do this, because that's how I do everything else too. Why should tiles be different, you know what I mean? So I think I might do that. But yeah, tile position. Let's go find where we actually set that. I think it's pretty easy. It's just in here. Let me say build object. Yeah, I'd like to settle this stuff just to be consistent. The only thing, though, is the way that tiles are saved is that they are all inside of a region ID. But why do I even need a region ID at all? You know what I mean? Do I really need to know that? The only thing that would be a little more complicated, I guess, is just creating the minimap. That's about it. I think I could get around that pretty easily by just offsetting the region location. So I don't know, maybe we can make this work. It's gonna be a little funny, but alright, so let's just go ahead and fix the location of the tile maps. And this is gonna break everything probably, but it's fine. Let's go to transform. I don't see any weird transform here. Are they not moved? Are they centered around 0? Oh, right. I changed their position instead of the world generator script, I believe. Yeah, I say minus region data location. So let's just get rid of those. And then see what happens. I'm probably like breaking everything by doing this, but it is what it is. This is going to be quite a big change to the way everything works. All right, watch this. Everything's going to be broken. All the terrains are going to be overlapped on top of each other right now. So it's taken a minute to load. It might have crashed. I wouldn't be surprised. Game, are you gone? It's gotta have crashed. I wonder what caused it to crash, though. What's going on? Is it just broken? Let's just wait a second. But this is not looking good. I don't even know what happened. I mean, I just didn't offset the position of the tile sets, but I don't see why that should matter. It's very odd. And we're cooked. But then I won't be able to see like the errors and stuff if I don't let it load. Okay. Time to close it. Where the whole editor crashes. I wonder what made it so bad. Or why it broke everything. That's really odd. Let's see, I just want to do this specific one. Which I don't know if it's going to let me. I think I'm going to have to close both. Usually Starground as a task shows up in here. Then I can just close that one. Like this one. Oh, there we go. Okay, what the heck just happened, man? It loaded everything, and then as soon as resource creation started, I think we hit like an infinite loop. But resource creation shouldn't be based off the tiles, I don't think. Unless it is. Let's run it again and see if this still happens. But yeah, it's pretty whack. Here we go. I'm just gonna make a new world. Yeah, I think resource creation, that's where everything goes bad, so. Cool, everything is frozen again. Awesome. Please let me close it. Okay. So something about not offsetting these causes resource creation to die. I say create resources on Viridian, which should be fine and normal. But then as soon as I do it on Tyria, it's all stupid and dead. So I'm just going to comment that out and hopefully it'll be fine. It's probably because since the tiles aren't over where they need to be, it's trying to like access, you know, the tiles and then everything is just broken, so. Let's try this again. Yeah, it's fine now. So yeah, all the regions are going to be on top of each other, which is fine. Yeah, this is going to be a mess, isn't it? But worse than it seems. We'll get it all worked out. Let's go to Tyria now. There shouldn't be any terrain there. But if I place this... Okay, it doesn't let me place it because there's no terrain. But you can see the objects spawned over here and stuff properly. So really all we need to do to fix this is just change the generation so that it offsets the location of the tiles. Then we should be okay. It's interesting that the map still works. That's probably gonna stop working real soon here. But yeah, in Generate, this is probably where I do it all. I say Generate Map. So I just need to offset the value of these things. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot here. It's gotta be a little annoying. So yeah, this is checking if it's Tyria. Yeah, I mean, you can see that I'm setting everything to... It's going to be a little complicated because I believe that the positions I set on these are not multiples of 16, which is actually kind of a problem. Because it means that if I place a tile on a tile set centered around 0, it's not going to work. It's one of those things that I wish I did better originally, but it's too late now. I mean, there is more conversions that I could do, like check what's the position of this node, then offset it or whatever. But that's kind of a whole thing. I wonder how I can get around all this. Man. I mean, is that even the best way to do it? You know, it's really hard to say. I don't know if I'm ready to make such a massive game-breaking change here. I'd rather just make it work. Yeah. It'll be fine. So anyways, let's redo all the things I undid. I'll just have to take into account the location. I mean, it's not really a huge deal. I'll do it the right way for these buildable floorings, but... Although I don't even know if those are going to be set correctly then. Yikes. Maybe what I do is just have a different node for every region then, you know? Because I could do that there. And then if I head over to Tyria, maybe that's the play, honestly. I mean, it's not really that much more work to get that set up, so... Frick it. Let's do it. So tiles now is going to be a list of... Still going to be a dictionary. Has a string. But it's going to point to... Those are going to be regions, and then it's going to have a dictionary. Then now in here we say, let's see. Or we say for I in that main dot modified tiles default. And that's just going to be our region ID. Now down here we got to do a couple things. So we're going to say tiles. Couple things here. So this is going to be its Starground region. Oops. Viridian. This one's going to be at Starground region Tyria. Then this one's at Starground region opus. All right. So for region ID in made up modified tiles default, that returns each of our region IDs. Now we say for tile ID in global.tiles table. And then here we set that to region ID, tile ID. Boom. So that should kind of fix that now. And then we do the same thing that we did inside of the world generator script, which is doing our offset of the position, the region location. Now region data we gotta get. Or we can just say it's mod API to get region from ID, region ID. All right. I hate to do it. This will probably be the best way. Because now when I go into the set modified tile thing, just check what is the region, and then, you know, set it based off of that. It's gonna be the best way to do it. And it was already set up that way anyways. So it shouldn't really be that much harder or anything. I hope. Easier said than done. Okay. So anywhere where we've mentioned dot tiles now, we have to fix. Like this one. So instead of saying how map references that, we have to say world tiles at index region ID dot getter tile ID, like that. So that should fix most things, I believe. Let's just see what happens here. Because down in here where we have like our modified tile IDs and stuff, existing data, we already grabbed that right here at region, so it's all region based anyways. It's just going to be easier to do it this way. And then I can move the world around without having to worry about like messing up the alignment between each region and stuff. It's just going to be better. Then we still get to place as many tiles as we want. All right, so it's complaining here. It's because it doesn't think tiles region ID. It's because there's no region IDs here yet. So before we do anything here, let's say tiles region ID is equal to an empty dictionary. That should fix that, hopefully. Let's restart the game. All right. Let's try this again. Okay. Let's try placing down cobble. Okay, so Viridian, normal, everything works good. Let's go to Tyria. Actually works. Kind of surprised. But it does work, so that's a good start. Now, breaking. I shouldn't be able to break the land. Breaking the floor works really well. This is looking pretty good. I'm hoping that it works on Opus and that everything is great. We're about to find out. But yeah, flooring on Tyria works. And the way I have the flooring set up is if you put flooring over the pressurized flooring, it should, you know, retain. Also, Zarenthal, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. All right, here's the big test. Seems fine. I can't place it on the edges, which is good. Okay, so placing down the floating platforms did cause issues, but it's not a big deal. I think we can fix this. It said invalid access to property key shape on a null instance. Not sure why that's the case. Yeah, that's pretty odd. Oh, I know what's happening with that one. Back into here. It's probably one of these. Probably because I didn't set a tile ID for it properly, so let's go back into the buildings table. Because this one has a tile ID. Floating platform tile ID, not here. And that's the problem. So Starground tile floating platform. And also for cobblestone, let's change this to actually use its required materials now, which is 2. Let's try this again. And I messed it up. Hey, 10 stream streak, let's go. Thank you so much. And double digits. It's going pretty good. We are working on buildable flooring right now. And Starground. And I think we're like super close to this being functional. So you can see I can place down cobblestone now, and now that we get it working with one like tile set, it should be super easy to do it with multiple others too. But we'll be starting work on like a wooden one. I want to do like wood planks. So let's okay. Don't know why there's a chunk error. That's fine. So you can see I can place cobble here. Good stuff. And then I can dig that cobble back up. So yeah, we'll try and fix this chunk error. I think it's just because of this stuff down in here. Or it's not getting the proper tile set. It's like breaking it, but it's saving that information in there. Which is bad. We have to fix that. Let's go to Opus now. And I should be able to place down flooring. Okay. And then if I place the floating platform, it shouldn't crash anymore. Yeah, we're good there. So I can place those down. It should theoretically behave the exact same way Viridian does, because it is. So I place those down. Now I can break these. Cool. And then I should be able to break these too. Yep. Okay, a little funny here It's just because it thinks that it's land tiles. That's not actually land tiles there. It's supposed to be floating platforms, so it doesn't work. And it's because when I broke these cobblestones, what happened is it said, "Oh, the cobblestone is gone," and set the ID underneath back to land tiles, and so it broke everything. Yeah, well, they have specific benefits. There's two things that they do. The first thing is that it stops resources from regenerating. So if you place down cobblestone on top of some resources, they will no longer spawn back in. Which is good for like decorating and just not having resources clog up your factory. So like, for example, if I had this stone here, or whatever, this copper, and I place some floor tiles on top, that copper will no longer regenerate ever again. So that'll be nice. And also we're gonna have a speed buff. When you're walking on top of these, I want them to make you faster. So that's the plan. But yeah, I think it'll all work out. It'll be really nice to have this in the game. It's one of those things that I felt like has really been missing, so. But yeah, let's see. I'm just thinking what's next. So let's fix the breaking the floors on Opus, messing everything up. Let's go there. Just go into here, and where I set a new tile ID, that's where I just need to fix it, because it shouldn't be land. Just say right now I'm just gonna check this, but we'll change this to be an actual like tag. So if we're on Viridian, it should be a land tile. Otherwise, it should be a tile floating platform. Let's give that a try. So it should keep the proper ID now, hopefully. And removing the floor tile will make it spawning nodes again? Yes, it will, yeah. So, should be pretty cool. You expand the landmass with normal tiles, will spawn resources on those land tiles. Yeah, there's, I'll show you how that works. Basically, when you load in and generate a world, every resource that will ever be there is already here. It's just that some of them are oil when they're in the water, right? But if you take your land tiles and build on top of the oil, and if we just wait here for a minute, those will convert into regular resources like these. So it's kind of a nice thing that you can do, because let's say you need some oil, you can just break some of these, like dig up a little pond here, and then now you can get oil wherever you want. I did that on purpose because I like that freedom to just convert back and forth between the two. So if we just sit here for a minute, you should see the resources start popping in. Eventually. Hopefully. Probably. Unless I broke everything again. I don't think I did. Because it doesn't check for this modified tile list. Just give it a minute. Yeah, I did get the fish on land. That's a bug that we do need to fix, so. Yeah, you can see the oil over here generating. So that one worked. I still don't see oil converting into regular tiles. So that is a little odd. I think I'm gonna have to look at that, because I think maybe changing the way that I did the tile IDs and stuff has actually changed the way that the resources handle that. So if we go into our object resource script, where this thing gets regenerated. Yeah, it should be somewhere in here. Yeah, I do this like check resource change stuff. Yeah, because I check on floor. Okay. Yeah, the way that I'm doing that is probably not ideal. So I just say get cell data. Then I also do a collision check here. It's odd though. I wonder why it's not working. It's less 3 greater than 7. If tile data or is in group region ID of land resource. Strange. Well, I don't know what's causing that, but I'll definitely look into that and try and fix it. I mean, if I break these again, I bet there's oil under here, yeah. So it's just not properly detecting, for some reason, that these land tiles have actually changed. And I bet it's a really obvious, like, solution. It's probably just because I changed that variable from being is land over to a tile ID. Yeah. So I'll definitely be looking into that. It's interesting because it converts the other way, right? Like if I break these tiles and then dig up the land tiles, you know, you can see it does convert back into oil. But for some reason, it just doesn't convert back into land resources. So I've got that written down. We'll figure it out. But yeah, the other thing I wanted to check now is Opus, building the platform. Let's make sure this works now. So I can build out here. If I dig up these, you should see it's setting it, it should be setting it back to floating platforms. So I should be able to break these now? Yeah. So that was a pretty easy fix. Well, most of them work. These ones still don't work. Oh, it still thinks that all of these ones are land tiles, which is kind of funny. I just need to fix that. I wonder why it thinks that. Oh, just because by default it's set to... I know how to fix that. We go inside of here and break tile right here. If region ID is equal to Viridian, do that. Well, here, just do this, and then if we're equal to... I'm going to change this, like I said, away from being hard-coded IDs into a variable you can set inside of the region, but it's fine for now. Oops, Starground tile floating platform. Okay, so now that I do that, it should assume, yeah, these are going to be floating platforms. Boom. So it mostly works. There still is a couple spots where it thinks it's land. And I think it's just because, like, my save is corrupted. If I quit and then go back into a new save, it should be fine, but that'll never happen because I fixed it already. So let's research all. Game mode creative. Build the star launcher, go to Opus. And it should be all normal and fine. Let's try it out. So yeah, I can break tiles wherever I want. Good. And then if I place down some cobblestones, boom, and then I break them, like so, I should be able to break these underneath. Yes, I can. All right, so that actually works really well on both Opus and Viridian, which are the main ones. And then it also seems to be working mostly fine on Tyria. There's still a little bit of weirdness with Tyria, and that's just because there's just one thing that we have to fix, I think, over there. If we go back to Tyria, I think it's just because I'm allowing the player to break land tiles on Tyria, which is not supposed to happen. So, oops, pretty easy fix. It's just to say up here or down in here, whatever. Doug. Maybe one day I will allow people to purposely break the ocean floor on Tyria, because it would be kind of cool. But I don't want that to happen right now, so I'm just gonna say if let's see, tile data. If tile ID is land and region ID is equal to Starground region Tyria, then just don't allow breaking. Alien dance, let's go. So that fixes that. You can't break the floor on Tyria, but you can place down the cobblestones and subsequently break the cobblestones. So that works really well. So yeah, I want to try adding in another floor type now. I want to add in some wooden planks, because I think that would just be a nice sort of test on a lot of this stuff. Like, what happens if you put a cobblestone here and then another tile right here next to it? I imagine what's going to happen is that we're going to have the ability to choose the depth ordering of these different land tiles. So like if you put cobblestone here and then some planks here, one of these is going to be on top of the other. So we can kind of actually define that ordering just based off of where they are inside of the dictionary, because that's the order in which they get added. So yeah, that should work really well, hopefully. So what are all these? I don't think any of those are real anymore. Yeah, they're gone. But yeah, we're gonna try it out. So we already made our funny cobblestone, which is all this. But now it's time to redo it. And before we do that, I'm going to save this as a template because it's really useful. Call this 47 tile template. Save it on my desktop or something. Or honestly, I'll just save it inside of the project, because why not? Into sprites. Boom. So now we're going to use this again. Let's go open it up. And we are going to create wooden planks. And if anybody has suggestions for types of flooring, let me know. Because right now is kind of the time to do it. So, yo, you got the Dobbs dance? Let's go. But yeah, it's been a long time coming for this, all this flooring stuff. This will be really nice. I am excited to get this in, I think, so. So what do we want the wooden planks to look like? The edges of them will be pretty much flat. To unforeseen consequences? Yeah, to the project in here. I did. Yeah, I can show you what that looks like really quick here. I spent a little bit of time, I think, on Sunday working on Learn in main menu. It's super basic right now, but I just wanted to get the general vibe of like the UI, at least in my head, thinking about it. So, sorry if this is really loud. Can't actually change the volume of anything yet. But yeah, it's in the main menu. I worked on this shader for the background, which I think I kind of like. I'm still experimenting with the UI for that. We'll definitely be working on that. Oh, to the overlay? I have not. I can, if you want me to. Let me load it in really quick here. Here, since it already works in here, just copy it from here. File manager. Unforeseen consequences. Drop it. Should work. Did it go? Yeah, it did. Alright, now we got to relaunch the overlay. Oh, I love wooden planks. I love wooden planks. The wooden planks, though, I think should be much easier, because literally what we're going to do is just make the planks first. And then we just go through and, do whatever. It should be easy. So I don't know what color we want. Maybe like this color. But I do want them to be pretty, you know, chill. Let's just figure out what kind of pattern we want to do. I would do a 3 pattern, but 3 patterns don't work. I think I'd rather do a larger pattern like this. What is unforeseen consequences? It's music for Deadlift, the main menu track. And we're just going to start with this super basic. I think we're just going to go very simple on this. I don't want to overdo it, so... I always think, in terms of flooring in games, I hate it when people add way too much detail to the sprites, and then it's like hurts to look at, you know? So I think really it's a good idea to just... less is more with flooring. I don't want flooring to like distract you from everything else happening, right? Like there's so much stuff that you've got to look at on the floor and stuff. If you have a bunch of planks all over, I think it's going to be quite unsightly. Rise and shine, Mr. Fruit. I still haven't played Half-Life. I will one day. Don't worry, guys. Someday. Eventually. And I want to have a lot of variations, I think, for these wooden planks, because I just feel like they need it. Since they're so simple. Alright, so we got that, and now we're just going to go through and give a couple of these some random, you know, planks. But not all of them. Just a few select guys. Maybe some of them will be doubles like this. And I would like to do maybe some nails. But only on a few of them, you know? Now let's do it on the upper one. And maybe a couple, just get like a darker, you know, just like this kind of thing. We'll see how this actually ends up looking, but I think that shouldn't look too bad. Anyways, this is our basic plank. We're going to use this for doing all of our different variations. So I think with this plank system, we're just going to copy this texture and just like place it over everything. Just repeat it over and over. And then we're going to go through and just crop out the sections that have the planks. I wish I did this whole tile system in Starground from the very beginning, because it definitely would have been a little easier instead of having to rip up the whole system. But I mean, most of the work, I guess, was already done, so it's not really a huge time sink, but you know, it's just one of those things. I could say that about literally everything in Starground, so. Alright, so we got that. Now we're going to select black regions and then delete them. Like that, right? So that already kind of immediately gives us a good idea of what we need to do here. Now the only things I think for the edges of this floor, I just want to do like a darker plank here, right? Now the sides I think can be a little longer and more interesting because like that's the direction the planks go in. But for this stuff, I don't want it to extend out past, you know. So we're literally just going to do this. And since the bottom one here already has that little section, I'm just gonna do dark like that. It'll take a while to go through and do all these, but it should be neat. Yeah, and I only do it on the sections like this, where it's already set up. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna like, man. I know I keep saying it over and over, but it's gonna be really cool to have flooring, I think, in the game. Then I can build a house. It kind of unleashes my inner Minecraft brain, you know what I mean? I actually get to like build structures. So that's gonna be really fun. Especially like just a thing to do end game, right? Like just you've got all these resources and stuff. Now there's like a new category that you can funnel things into. Like, why not make your factories look nice? Make actual buildings and structures and parks or whatever, you know? You can do anything you want. This is just a good use of, you know, all your resources that you've worked so hard for. House like the doctor? No way. Okay, we got those guys. We're almost there on those. There's a lot here that we're gonna have to do, but it's fine. Some thatched roof cottage. Yeah, like stuff like that would be really fun, I think. I would love to do that. Let's see. These aren't, though, like that. They also connect at the corner. Or I guess that's how they would be then. That's fine. Yeah, I don't know if we'll do like roofs, you know? I think that's probably pushing it. Because I think it's really hard to, like, visually with this, the visual perspective of the game to make roofs look good is kind of a tall task. So I think we'll probably be avoiding that. But at least just to put walls up and stuff I think would be nice. To organize your factories a little bit more, you know? Let's see, oops. And we still have to, you know, draw in the edges, the left and right edges, but it's fine. Yeah, maybe some other types of wood. Yeah, colors of wood or carpets and stuff. Yeah, there's really the sky is the limit in terms of the kinds of floors we can do. I'd like to, hopefully, like, with each update, add in, like, 1 or 2 new floor types, just so that we start amassing a bunch of them. Because it's really not that hard to add them in. It's really just a matter of drawing the tile set, but then once that's done, that's it. There's nothing else to do. It's not like I have to program anything, it's just purely, like, data-driven, so... Thumbs up some new gameplay, fun with multiplayer too. Yeah, definitely. It's also cool, like one thing that I think is going to be really nice for flooring too is just drawing. Like you can do pixel art now really easily because you've got all these different colors you can use as like a palette, right? It's the same basically how it is in like Minecraft pixel art stuff. But what's nice about it being a floor is you can just walk over it. It doesn't become like an obstacle in the factory. Right? Yeah, like doing some mini-map art and stuff. That is something that I haven't figured out yet, is doing, like, what colors the flooring is going to be on the mini-map. Just because I don't want it to start getting really difficult to tell what is floor and what is factory. But I'm sure I'll probably figure that out at some point. See, I think I've got all of those ones. So now it looks like this. Let's call this wood planks. What do you call this? Wooden planks? I guess so. Can you place objects on the floors? Yes, you can. You can place whatever you want on the floor. It basically is just it's on a separate layer from everything. It always goes beneath everything that you build. And you can just come along and place them down whenever you want. You don't have to like rip up the buildings you've already placed down. So, should be really easy to use. All right, we got these planks. I would like to just copy, because we've got the cobblestone tiles. I think I'll just duplicate this. Call it tiles, wooden planks. And it should be pretty easy, because then all these tiles are already configured. And now I can just go in here and swap out the texture, because I don't really need to change the auto tiling stuff I just set up. And there's only a couple tiles here I need to add on. I hope this just doesn't mess up the other one. We're about to find out. Now if we go look at cobblestone, is that one all screwed up? No, it's fine. So yeah, it's really easy for me to just duplicate these resources then. It's very convenient. So yeah, that's basically it. Now we just define how much it costs and stuff inside of the tiles table. And I'll do some balancing on how much these really cost. Tile, wooden plank. What do I want to call it? Wooden planks? I mean, it's multiple planks in one tile. Like cobblestone is kind of the plural of a cobblestone. It's like, yeah. Should be fine. I think we'll do wooden planks, plural. And then the speed multiplier, we are going to be using that. We're going to have some more high-tech flooring that you can build and upgrade toward. I want to have like a big production line of like advanced types of flooring. I think it'd just be cool to put in the work, and now your benefit is you get to run around your factory super fast. You can almost set up like highways, you know? You could have like some lines of like really high tier flooring that you can run super fast on, and then everything else in the center is just kind of filler flooring. So you could do some really beautiful setups, I feel like. And all of this should be extremely performant, because it just uses the tile set system, which is like basically no impact. Plank flooring, yeah, decouples it from quantity of plank / floor tile entirely. That's true. The only thing though is, let's see, tile, plank, flooring. I guess that'd probably be fine. I guess it's a question though of, do I want to have flooring as like the prefix and everything? Because then do I call the other one cobblestone flooring? You know? Instead of just cobblestone? I'm not sure. Like. It sounds so interior. Yeah, I'm not sure. It's really easy for me to rename this before I push the updates, so... Planking. Yeah. Wood planking. I mean, that would probably be okay. What do you even, like, call that? Wood flooring. Wooden planks. I mean, what is it called at Minecraft? Plank seems like a weird word now. You can call it... yeah. Nah, I think I'll just call it wooden planks, because I always like to use, like, if there's another game that has a term like that that's so common, I think it's just easier to make it the same for consistency. We'll do wooden planks. All right, so that's done, and then just inside a buildings table, all we have to do is copy our cobblestone. We can get rid of some of these things. Like, do I use can place shore? That's false by default. So, and I bet can place water is also false by default. So let's just... because it reduces tutorial time, exactly. I try and do that wherever I can, because I just figured, like... there's stuff like that with a lot of things in the game, like, the inventory buttons and everything. It's so widespread because of Minecraft. Like, why not just make it very intuitive and just do the same stuff? So, I did make a change, I think, a while ago, where the way that the rotation used to work, it was the other way, the opposite to Factorio, so I decided to swap that out and make it not like that anymore. The only thing that is different from Factorio is the left and right click actions, because left click is mining, and then right click is like placing and building, but in Factorio it's opposite. So that's the only thing that some people, you know, have been like, this is... what is this? But I don't know, I've always kind of liked left click for attack, right click for build, because it's the same with like Minecraft. I guess I'm just Minecraft coded when it comes to this kind of stuff. So... double-sided belts. Yeah, there is no double-sided belts in Starground. I decided not to do that. Just because I think it's a lot of work. And I don't think, like... it's definitely interesting, but... I think, it's not entirely necessary. You can just place down another belt, and you're fine. Okay, so this should work. Let's try and build this flooring. Right now, it's going to stick out a bunch from the edges, which we're going to go through and make those look nicer. Continue here. All right. Let's try it out. Whoa. So that looks pretty nice. I do like it. Accidentally played a video. I think some of the brown in there could be modified also. Apparently that one was not. I didn't grab that one. I feel like the belts have a great tool / obstacle ratio. Yeah, in Starground. Yeah. I totally feel that. Yeah, I mean, that's really been my philosophy from the very beginning, is I don't want to just make Factorio. Like, I've always wanted to simplify the process, I guess, for people that aren't so familiar with automation. So, I've always tried to, like, for example, I didn't do any fluid processing in Starground. I just made it an item. Some people have, like, said, you know, why not do fluid pipes? But I think it's just kind of one of those things that it adds on a lot of complexity for no reason. I mean, it's definitely interesting in a game like Factorio, especially now, with, like, all the new planets and stuff. There's enough material for that complexity to be worth it. But, like, for Starground, I just don't know if that's something I really want to do. The way I do it is fluids in Starground are just an item, which I feel like is fine. So, there we go. I changed it out to just be a regular. I got rid of the dark lines. I think it's better. But also, I think that's a lot of the times where a lot of people with Factorio, I specifically made that decision because it's intimidating in Factorio once you get to that stage of oil processing. because there's a lot that all of a sudden immediately you have to learn. So I always thought that like that seemed like one of the biggest learning curves of Factorio is dealing with that jump. So I figured why not take the route of trying to alleviate that as much as possible by just not having fluid systems. And it also means I don't have to spend the time to add fluid systems, so, you know, kind of a win-win. Simpler, it looks like it makes sense in the world, yeah. Or removing liquid by bottle and Starground fits the theme aesthetic better than pipes, yeah. No, I do agree. Let's see, that should be like that. No pressure systems. Yeah. Now the pressure system thing in Starground I thought would just be kind of a... Because I do want, like, one of the things I think with Starground I always try and do is, like, I want each planet to add on some new, like, bit of complexity that you have to learn and understand, you know? So, that's something that I always try and do. Let's see, that's going to be the line there. Do I want that to be dark? Kind of doesn't make sense, I guess. I'll go back through on a lot of these and... But yeah, I want to do that same sort of concept too once we approach the final automation planet. Or not the final one ever, you know, but I just say that as shorthand. The final one for 1.0. I have some ideas on that planet. And I figured since it is the quote-unquote final automation planet, I am more open to really making it much more difficult to deal with. I kind of want to have enemies on that planet, I think. Because I think it might also be just a nice, like, what's the word? Synergy with the dungeon stuff if there's an automation planet specifically focused on combat, right? So I think that's going to be the play. But it'll be fun to start working on that one. I always have a really good time with the automation updates because I've got like all the systems for adding in new automation content really like smooth. Like to add in a new region and stuff, it's extremely easy for me now. And I've already got like, I've just done I guess I've done a good job in keeping all the region stuff I've programmed very kind of universal. There's not really much more work I have to do. Same with even just the buildings and everything, honestly. It's kind of a breeze. Really just coming up with the idea for the automation planets is probably the hardest part. And balancing, of course, is always, you know, a thing that's tricky, but it's not impossible. After 20 hours of Starground, I fired up Factorio for the first time this year, because the brain does itch, yeah. It's definitely not the same puzzle piece, yeah. I'd say it's quite a bit of a different process. Factorio, to me, is much more, like, spreadsheety, or, like, Factorio, it's very heavy emphasis on ratios and stuff like that, which is fine. It does scratch the itch to, like, 100% optimize everything. So sometimes I do really enjoy playing Factorio. It's still one of my favorite games for sure. But I feel like, to me, sometimes if I play Factorio for a while, I start to get a little tired of the ratio stuff. And Starground technically has ratios, but I feel like it's just way more straightforward to keep it all in your head, because most of the ratios are the same, which I do want to change. I think I'm going to do some balancing and make some of the recipes take different like lengths of time to craft and stuff, just so it's more interesting. But I don't know. I feel like Starground's more forgiving in a lot of ways. So I think I messed up that one. It shouldn't have been like that. It should have been like this. I probably did that in a bunch of other areas too, because I'm super cool and epic like that. Nope, I didn't. Okay. Let's make sure we got all of them. I think we did. Alright, let's see what this looks like now in game. Should update automatically. Yeah. Look at that. Okay, there's a couple errors, like this top left corner here. Let's see, so that's the bottom right corner, which is, oh yeah, this guy here. Really easy to fix. We just have to go through and do that. Or even that. Yeah, let's just go through and do that now everywhere. Let's see. So it should look like that in all of the corners. And probably the exact same thing on the other side. Yeah. Alright, well this makes it easy then. Yeah, I knew I was gonna have to go back and fix the corners, so it's fine. And then these ones, I think I just have to shrink them by 2 pixels, like that. And that should fix all the tiling issues with those. So it's really easy to fix, honestly. I just go, boom. That guy, boom. So those should all just be 2 pixels. Let's make sure we got them. It's real good. These ones need it. It is kind of fun to do some art after doing so much programming recently, honestly. Been just so involved with the like mechanisms of how the flooring is placed and stuff. It's so nice to finally get to the fun part of actually drawing and coming up with ideas for the floors. I'll definitely be spending a lot of time just like adding in a bunch of different variations, you know? Carpet, and I want to do some stone brick probably, and then start the whole process of concrete manufacturing. Which should be pretty easy. I can use the grinder, probably make like stone, like cement or stone powder. You know, something like that. It could be cool. And boom, look at that. I don't know why, but it's so nice. It's so satisfying seeing this in game. It looks really nice. I actually kind of like the art style I went with these. I am glad I made these extremely simple. I think it just is a little more pleasing to look at. Yeah, and I like how the planks are kind of raised above. You can see, you can do stuff like this, which is really fun. You can like put the cobblestone in between the plank sections and stuff, right? So you can do like this kind of stuff, which is going to be really cool. Because now you can like organize things and just build everything better. It's going to be nice. And you still got the tile pattern and stuff. I am very happy that I decided to do the auto tiling for these. It is more work. I had a moment where I was considering just not doing auto tiling and making it so that it was just the inner tile, but I'm glad that I did it. Geometry versus calculus, beauty's more visible versus inferred. Yeah. What decides the layer it's on? So what decides that is basically just the order in the tiles table. As a base, everything will always, any flooring will always like be visible on top of the land tiles. Land tiles are at depth -50, and these are all depth -49. But if we look inside of the tiles table, we can just go in here. We can see that planks is after cobblestone, which means the planks will visually be placed on top of cobblestone like this. So yeah, pretty easy. Yeah. I think it looks pretty nice. Definitely fits the vibe. I actually really like the plank. It's making my brain happy. Being able to just do this now is super cool. And I like, actually, one thing I really love is because it has that little overlap, if you put it up against the shores like this, it just works. Like, because it hides the grass section that extends off like the little shore thing, because all of the tiles are like longer than the grass. I mean, maybe except for the front here, but like this looks really clean. And yeah, I should be able to just break these normally, get all the wood back. It would take an insane amount of wood to place all these floors down, but that's fine. I'll probably make flooring, like, not extremely expensive, but somewhat expensive, because I want it to work like a resource sink, you know? Like, you're at the end of the game or whatever, and it's like, you can spend all of those hard-earned resources and just make a bunch of flooring, so. Oh, what does it look like with water at the at the bottom edge? I think it only does that on the planks, just because the bottom of the plank texture is like only 1 pixel. But I think I could just add 1 more pixel onto that and it'll look fine. So we could do that. I want to go through and just give these a black pixel so it kind of looks like a shadow. And then that should prevent that from looking silly. With the grass down there at the bottom. We'll just see what this looks like before we fully commit. Well, it's pretty easy to get rid of. Looks pretty good with the grass showing, though. Yeah, I mean, it's not too bad. It's fine. I want to see what it looks like with this, though. But definitely, I think it's okay. Yes, most of them. Not that guy. I gotta do these ones. Oops. And the rain. It's gonna be a vibe, guys, in Starground. You get your little cozy home set up. Hey, Adagon, thank you so much for the raid. Oh, ads literally just started. This is so sad. Whoa, I need to hydrate. And thank you for the cheese time. Yeah, what's going on? What were you up to today on your stream? Sorry about the ads. I don't know if you're in ads or not. I think you have that little hack where you can still hear what I'm saying, so. I believe that's every single one. Alright, so we save this now. We can see what it looks like in game. Oh, like that. It gives it a little bit more depth. Because the bottom has that black pixel, it looks like it's kind of raised up now. So, it's probably not too bad. That's what it looks like along that grass edge now. What do you guys think? Yay or nay? Drew some new slimes? Let's go. Yeah, we've been just working on buildable flooring in Starground today. It's honestly gone pretty well. Better than I expected. But yeah, everything seems to be working really well. There's a couple errors that keep getting thrown down there, but I'm sure that's something I can fix. I don't know where those errors are getting thrown from. So it's just going along breaking stuff. Like an image of them? Yeah, you're totally welcome to. I don't know why it gave all those errors. I might have been over on Tyria or something when I did that. That would explain it. Let's go. Let's check these out. Hey, yo. We got buzzy slimes. I like the hearth guy. That's epic. He's like a pizza oven. Yeah. Lava queens. Nice. It's looking pretty good. God, you've probably done so many slimes now, right? How many slimes do you have drawn now? It's got to be a ton. Yeah, 150. That's crazy. That's really cool, though. I have been thinking about doing some stream stuff like that, like having some kind of collectible on stream just for fun. I don't know what it would be or anything, but maybe it would be kind of fun. Oh, why did that just immediately go? Is that like a bug? Is that supposed to collect if there's no energy? So thank you for the follow, I appreciate it. Okay, I gotta fix that. It's kind of funny that it just goes instantly. I wonder why. I wonder why it does that. Let me write that down. Interesting. Slimes will be expanded to be able to be used on any channel. Okay, that's cool. Yeah, what do you guys think? Should we have the black line here or without? Just on the bottom. It basically makes these planks look a little more risen up. Like, they have more thickness to them. I'm just not sure if that's the vibe or not. I don't know. Yeah. We could even do some shading over on the left, too. Which, given the style of Starground's lighting, that would make sense, technically. We could try it. It's a lot of sprites that we gotta go through and do, but it's fine. But yeah, we basically just go through and do all those. Here, let's just do the side ones first. Just this guy. I just want to see what it looks like first. So we save that. And that's what that looks like. The only thing is this top corner, which actually, no, I can make that work. But this is what it looks like with the bottom left, with the left shading too. The only thing is it would extend out quite a bit on the like edges of the grass here, so I don't know. What do you guys think? Yay or nay? On this left edge. Because I could just do the bottom pretty easily. We'll put it to a vote. Gonna be some funny drawings that people build with these. It's not like it was that hard before. Yeah, I don't know. Just trying to think if this is what I want. I mean, honestly, I guess we could just do the same thing, but give it make it an actual shadow. Like, let's try it. Because we can just select all of these black pixels and then just make them a transparent color. Like, they don't have to be a solid color. So we can just go through, erase everything, and then give this some opacity. Like this. Get out of erase mode. And just draw it on like that. So now it'll actually, like, be a real shadow. I mean, why not? Now it looks like that. And obviously, since it's transparent, it'll change what it looks like depending on the tile it's above. I feel like that looks kind of cool. Maybe on that one edge of the left tile, what would make sense for the shadowing is not doing it like this, but more like this. I believe. Yeah, we could do that. I kind of like the shadow vibe. Maybe even make it less dark too. Not sure how like far down I want the shadow to go. I like that. Anyways, let's go ahead and do that then to everything. It's going to take a while. There's a lot of things that we have to go through and do. We'll get there one day. So that one needs a shadow. Can't forget. I think subtle little shadow stuff like this, especially in the flooring, is going to really help give a lot of depth to everything. So... it's going to look pretty good on like all the promotional art and stuff. To have all these flooring types at my disposal now. Yeah, there's a lot we have to go through and do. Oh, this one's missed. And also with this other one, probably makes sense for me to do that. And maybe even do that. Nah, let's leave that one. Yeah, to go through and do that on every single one now. Any left side facing plank. That one I can leave, probably? I'm not really sure, actually. I might not be able to leave that one. We'll see. Okay, those ones. That guy, those guys. I think that's all of them. And I think I got all the side ones. Let's see. Yeah. Let's save it, see what this looks like. Just make sure all the stuff looks correct. Looks pretty good. The only thing I would do is just in this bottom corner here, give it a little bit more thickness like that, I think is what I would do. You can see what that looks like really quick. Well, not really quick, but you know, eventually. That guy, I think that's most of them. Save it. See what it looks like in game. But then the edges would also have to be extended out more. I mean, which I guess is doable. It'd be the left side, so that one would have to be filled in. It's not that bad. Research and collector efficiency 25. Oh yeah. A lot of wood for flooring. The game is nothing like The Sims, but could legit pass as a patio update DLC. You're doing right, yeah. I think it'd be fun. Starground to me, like, has always been, like, obviously it's an automation game, but I think more so at its core, it's just a sandbox game, right? So I always really enjoy adding in content like this because it's like side quests like this are very fun, in my opinion. I really like having little things that I can go mess with and stuff. Little distractions from the automation grind, so. Oh, then that one's gonna have a little dot there. Okay, let's get rid of that then. So I think what we're gonna do is that. That would probably make more sense. Now I gotta go to every single one. And these should pair really nicely with the wooden fencing. We have to see what those look like. Hopefully I don't miss any. I don't have any errors in the tile set here. I might go through the main tile set too also and kind of convert it into this format. Because I would like it if all of the tiles in the game were all just the same, like, shape. You know, in terms of the layout on the sprite sheet. It wouldn't change anything in-game, but... I guess on these ones, we can go ahead and add on a little 2 pixels right there. It'll probably make it look better. Oh, now I have to go through and do it to every single thing in the world. I probably should have used like tile setter for this or something, but it's okay. Tile setter does seem interesting. I don't know. I tried messing with it one time to do like, I think I was doing the Caligo tile set, but I don't know. I just had kind of a hard time getting used to it, I guess. I don't know. So all these ones need to be... I think there's a Tile Setter 2.0 update or something that was either coming out or is out now. So maybe I should revisit it again. So. Okay, I'm just making sure I got all of the pixels. I don't want any errors. And I guess that one's fine there. Have to. Alright, let's save it, see what it looks like now. Okay. So far, so good. Yeah, then I think if we just give that, like, make it a shadow, should be good to go. I guess technically the pixel here that needs to go away is the one before the bottom. So if we go back into... Here, I can make this work. It'd be that pixel. The pixel would actually go away. Because then right there, it's got that. Which means we don't need these ones over here. Okay. I love modifying 10,000 tiles. Also, this one is wrong. Fix that. These tiles will never really appear next to each other like this, so it shouldn't, you know, look bad or anything. Even if it looks like right there is ugly, I don't think that formation can ever happen, as far as I know. Okay, then we're just doing the top pixel on all of the left ones, except those. Right there. I think that's mostly everything. Boom. Let's see. Whoa. That looks pretty good. So now the final step is just let's make it not a solid color, and I think we're finally done. Erase. And now let's set opacity to... Let's try like a lower opacity, like 40. Just to see what it looks like. Now if we go in... Boom, look at that. Beautiful. Even just that one little pixel line of shadow, I think, makes these planks feel a lot more real, you know? Like they're actually kind of interacting with the environment. Also, I think it's finally time to have a new category for floor types now. So we're gonna do that. So let's go ahead and make a... Yeah, just adds a little depth. It's a nice little addition, I think. All right, so we're gonna do a 16 by 16 icon. These icons I always give a pixel gap. Whoa. Why am I in... What is going on? Oh, my size is enormous. Okay. Tile. Probably do something pretty straightforward. Something that looks somewhat like a floor. That's basically it. But I think that's all you need. So let's call this icon flooring. Just call it icon tiles. But did I already have a thing called that? Oh, I do. Where is icon tiles? Sweet, icon tiles. Oh, I already have an icon for tiles. Well, that icon is way better. I should use the new one, the old one. Okay. Time to add a new building menu. I don't remember how I do these. I thought there was a way that I could add a modded one. Or don't I just have like somewhere inside of global, I have like building tabs? Yeah. I wonder how the other ones make sense then. I don't know how that works. Just realized I'm about to start my 7th save. That's crazy, yeah. I'm glad that you're enjoying it though, I do appreciate it. Where do I define my categories? I guess that's inside of my building menu or something, I don't know. Because I have to have these buttons here. Call it tiles. Change the icon to tiles. And then we've got the decorations tab. Nah. You have 45 saves? That's crazy. Oh man. Scroll container. Here we go. Decorations. East is a sibling. Call this the tiles tab. The one thing I always do down in here is name it the thing of the thing. Alright. Now we got a new tab. Tiles. So I should be able to just move everything over to that now. Go into the buildings table. Wooden planks. Category. Tiles. Floating platform. Tiles. Cobblestone. Tiles. And land tile. Tiles. Alright. Should be nice and organized now. Let's check it out. And then the next thing, I think I want to add things that complement the new tiles, obviously. Like I mentioned, I wanted to do doors. Because I think it would just be cool. So, we'll probably be working on those. Nice, they're all in here now. I do want to, I have to redo the icons for these. Cobblestone and wooden planks. Wooden planks. But now I can just generate the icon like this. 20 full by 20 full. Delete this old stupid one. Grab this guy. No! I have to resize the canvas. It's got to be 26 by 26. The day is ruined. But now it fits. Shuck this guy on there. I don't remember where my grid was. Help. Okay. Here, what do I need to do? Like a 5x5 grid. Why does it keep rotating everything, man? Stop. Well, I guess it goes there. Then grab one of these swell guys. Actually, I can just grab this whole side. Boom. Then bottom corner, top with the bit. This is just like this. Now get the little bit. Boom, and the bottom left corner. It's the final piece of the puzzle. Hooray! Now I can call this wooden planks tile or something, I don't know. PNG. And then I need to redo the same thing with the cobblestone. Because the cobblestone looks like this right now, which is incorrect. I think I might reuse this border though, maybe for stone brick. Because it doesn't look too bad. I might reduce some of the cobblestone texture, we'll see. I think this one can be 24 by 24. Okay. Critter, I'm gonna destroy you. What? Okay, there we go. Boom. Alright, we got this guy. You're on the side. I merged the layer. I can't take it anymore. Let's get the bottom layer up on there. You put the bottom layer down on there. Get it right down there, boy. Then you go get the side layer on there, boy. It's out. This one out is right there. Freebie. I'm sorry, I'll stop. Where does this actually go, though? It's a good question. Okay, so it's 3 pixels from the top. So it should be like that? That just seems dastardly. I guess it's correct. And that goes right there. Then what's the bottom left? Is it just a single... It's 2 pixels. Like that. And what's the top right? A little guy like that. There we go. Look at that. It's cobblestones. I thought about maybe doing the same shadowing for the cobblestone. Maybe I will. Save it as cobblestone tile. Place the old one. Open out a shop part. Change this for cobblestone tile. And then this is wooden planks tile. Alright guys, look at how beautiful these tiles are gonna be. I can't wait. Itchy nose. Look at that. You got your cobblestone. You got your wooden planks. Nice. Your floating platform, which you cannot place here. And your land tile. Yeah, it works pretty well. Obviously, the next thing, there's a couple more things we've got to do with the flooring. One thing is it collides with buildings like this, which is, you know, obviously a problem. So we got to fix that so we can actually place them under the buildings. But I think that's one of the last things. And then I want to make it so the resources stop spawning if they're underneath a floor tile. But, you know, first off, we've got to make it so we can actually place the floor tile on top of them. Honestly, I feel like the destruction mechanic like this, like, I don't think it needs a new tool. It feels pretty intuitive to just click on the tile you want to get rid of, and then you just break it all, you know? And then if you want to get rid of land tiles, just do this. I guess the only thing is if, like, there's a bunch of land tiles for some reason you want to get rid of that have flooring on them, you're going to have to go through and break the flooring first. But I like the control over it a little bit better, I feel like. It doesn't just immediately start ripping up all of your floors, so. So laser does the thing, yeah. It is funny how the shovel's just a shovel. like it's high tech. Oops, I turned my mic on. Yeah, ground tile should stay separate, everything else. Laser, oh yeah. So you're saying I should, like, break this stuff with the laser? The only reason I don't have that set to laser is because if you have, like, a building on top and then you break it, I don't want to immediately start breaking all my floor tiles. Yeah. I think it works with the shovel. Hydraulic helium railgun shovel, that's crazy. It is funny how, like, sci-fi stuff like that is always just ridiculous. You just throw a bunch of words on to make it sound cool. Most of the stuff in Starground, I try and make it mean something. So I realize I'm able to place these tiles on top of the other tiles. What happens? Okay. That's kind of... I don't think that's good. I should probably fix that. If there's another tile, I wanted to delete the tile underneath because it's going to cause issues if you have multiple tiles stacked up. I mean, it's not... I guess it's... Oh, see, like that? That's the problem I'm talking about. I just broke all of the land tiles underneath the cobblestone. Just not supposed to happen. I'm making it a hard rule where you can only have one type of flooring on one tile because it just makes sense. Why would you... It's stupid that you could have cobble and then wood on top. It just... It's unnecessary. It makes it unintuitive. So we're gonna get rid of that. Alright, so why does that happen? Let's use my brain here. So you place down cobblestone, it sets the ID. Now it says, hey, I'm cobblestone here. Hi, I'm cobblestone. And then you place down wooden plank on top. It should be saying... Okay, so it says... Hey, I can be placed here because I'm a different tile type. But if I, like, went to do cobblestone... It does show that cobblestone is blue here, but I'm not going to worry about that right now. Can they hot swap? Yeah, that's the thing I want to set up right now. I want to be able to take my wooden plank and just place it on top and immediately swap it out so that you don't have to break it first and then do it or whatever. Because yeah, what happens here is if I have a plank on top of this stone, now it says, oh, my tile underneath must be land tile, which normally that is how it should work. But I just need to say, whenever I place this on top, actually remove the other tile that was there. It should be pretty easy, I think, if we just go into the code where we place down the tile on set modified tile and just check if we already have a tile here, just dig it up. So, and I guess we'll do the same thing that we do over here. I guess we just remove it first, so if we're building here, let's just say if existing data dot tile is, well, we should be getting tile data. Yeah, if the pre-existing tile data don't whatever you call it, land. So if it's not land, then before we remove this tile, I need to say set modified tile region ID tile data. Oh, tile data is not the pre-existing one, yeah. So existing data, that's gonna get our, let's see. Okay, let's save our existing data. No, existing tile data. It's equal to global dot tiles table dot get existing data tile ID. If existing tile data is not land, then now we can say set region ID position as tile position, existing tile ID, modification type will be destroy. And then we say set cells is false, actually. Well, no, we have to say true, but I don't want to run the effects. That's the big thing. Because we're already going to be running those. So drop item is true. Force is going to be false. Effects is false. So let's see what happens here. If I place down a wooden plank. Okay, that one, it properly broke the stone underneath like that. Awesome. Also, for effects, it shouldn't play the sound either if I have that disabled, so let's go do that. Oh, I just don't even check it, do I? If effects. Cool. Save it. Now it shouldn't do that anymore. Yeah, there we go. So now it'll rip up the stone that used to be there. So normally if we do it, no problem. We dig it up, everything's normal. So if we already had cobblestone there and I take my wooden planks, it will remove the cobblestone. Oh, except when this happens. And that's because we didn't have existing data. I just have to say if existing data. That's because we placed it on a tile that didn't have a tile already. But it should be fine now. Oh, calm down there, bucko. Alright. So watch this. Boom. Boom. Replaces the ones that are there. And then if I take my cobblestone and place it down, you can see it swaps the wood out with my cobble. It actually works really well. And now we don't get any weird issues where it doesn't know what kind of tile it is and stuff, so... Make it green. Oh, when I'm replacing? Yeah, that is true. I should do that. Yeah, there's still some stuff that we have to do inside of the build preview code. So, yeah, just like the conveyor, yeah. I agree. It'd be a nice thing. And yeah, I need to make it, if it's placing on top of a tile that's already the exact same type as itself, it should be red, you know? Yeah, this makes it very easy to design stuff, you know? Which is good. No, no, no. No, no, no. Okay. What would it look like? No, I can't do that because it'll be Alright, so let's make it turn green. Among Us! No way! My favorite franchise ever! I love Among Us! I don't. I actually don't like Among Us. Like, it's kind of fun initially, but I hate having to lie to people. Lying to people is not fun to me. Being deceitful and I don't know. Maybe if I was evil, I would like it. But I just feel, it feels like yucky to play. I don't know. I mean, lying can be kind of fun sometimes. But it gets to a point where, like, when you're in, like, you're good at Among Us and it's not just the first time that you're ever playing the game before, it just becomes, like, not fun anymore to lie. Because you're just like, no, I didn't see anyone in there. I didn't see anyone in engineering. But I don't know. It's a fun game, especially if you're a psychopath. Yeah, it's true. I mean, it's fun with acquaintances, but boring with close friends and family. Yeah, I totally know what you mean, honestly. Because I feel like with family, it's like, I don't know. It's probably harder to lie to family. And I don't want to lie to my loved ones. I don't know. I'm more of a, when it comes to like gaming, I like cooperative way more, where you're working together. I don't like sabotaging people. I don't know. It depends. I think it's just because it gets old. Like, obviously it was fun the first time I played, but I don't know. I think you can only keep it up for so long. Anyways, let's do a replacing green color down here. So, water placeable. So down here we check if it's a conveyor. So here I'm gonna set our replace color. I'm gonna set this one up way higher so that I can choose to do my code lower. Let's do that way up here. I don't know where. Right there. And then down to our replace color. We're going to check on land tile here. I think it's here. One of these. So right now it's just always green. So I guess I do need to do it down here and like placing. Wherever the heck I do it. If not replacing right here. Well, let's just add another little line. So if node type is equal to land tile. Oh yeah. Quote, land tile. So this is just like our replacing code. So replace color. So now we're just gonna get our current position and check if there's a tile there that we can replace. So we're gonna say if var. Trying to think how I want to do this. I haven't needed to grab a tile like that before, you know what I mean? I guess I can just loop through. It's inefficient, but whatever. So we're going to look through each tile ID. Well, I guess we're just going to check the region at each thing. Tiles at region ID. Pretty sure I have that defined somewhere, right? I guess not. Current region ID. And then I guess this is more what I need to loop through. Yeah, this makes more sense. So we're looping through. And we want to loop through modified tiles. Oops. Or it's not global dot, it's global.main modified tiles. Okay, so this is going to give us tile position. Tile data is global.main.modified tiles.get tile position. If tile data.tile ID is equal to tile ID. Let's say if the tile ID there is not equal to our current tile ID. And then here we want to say tile ID is equal to object dot tile ID or something like that. It's one of those things. So if it's a different one, then we're good to go. And we're going to say set a replace color. And we also say replacing is true. So let's give that a try. Oh. Did not work. Oh, that just has all of the things. So we just say object at tile ID. Then tile data is that. So we have to make sure if there's actually a tile there. Well, no, there should be, because I say for tile position. No, that's not a good way to do it. I just need to grab the current position, I guess. So we're going to say global.main. I need to know what tile set I'm actually referencing. I guess it doesn't matter. You know I do this somewhere else, don't I? With tile map reference, I know I did this before. I should turn this into a function that says get tile at position. Get floor at position or something. Yeah, I did this right here. Oh yeah, I just do it inside of the player mining function. I mean, that's literally what I'm doing. And break tile. I'm getting my position, and I'm figuring out what is the current tile ID. So yeah, I'm going to make a new function in here that just gets that easier for me, because it's stupid how it is now. So I didn't realize we're at 4 hours. Let's hurry up. I'm just going to say get tile, and we're going to pass in region ID and position. So vector 2, region ID is a string. And now I'm going to go copy the same stuff in player. I'm just going to copy all this stuff and figure out what needs to be done in here. All right, so we're going to say, we already know what position is. Region ID. I guess I could get it just based off of position, yeah. So I'll just know which one is which. All right, so we get our region, we get our tile map, tile position. So now we save our tile data is that stuff. If it's not solid, return, yeah. And this has to return a string. So return empty string, return empty string, return empty string. We don't have to worry about first tile dug and stuff. Okay. So let's make sure this works. Here, I'm just going to save our tile ID as an empty string or whatever. I already do that right there. Okay. Don't worry about that. All right, so we get our tile stuff. We get the tile map position, tile data. If there's no data at that tile, we just say return. Does that work? Yeah, that works. Then our default is tile land. If we're on Opus, then it's floating platform. And then we get tile from here. We get our tile from tile position. If there's a valid tile, we say tile ID is that one. And if it's empty, we return empty. All right, so this function should work now. So yeah, now I don't have to do all of this crap. I can just say mod API get tile, and I just pass in a position. So I just say global position or tile let's see, current tile ID. And now I get rid of that stuff. So now I just say if tile data to tile ID is not the same, or if current tile ID is not the same as my tile, then go ahead and replace. Let's try this again. And then I want to say otherwise if it is the same, then go ahead and set it to red. What is it? It's like can place. I'll just say can place is false. Yeah, so now it's red when it's already the same kind of tile. And then if I'm placing it on a different tile like this one, it'll turn green. Well, it doesn't let me place it for some reason. That's kind of odd. Why is that? Weird. Yeah, I just can't place it. Sir? Awesome. Doesn't run else on this. Oh, is it because I do the code up here for actually placing it? Yeah. Where do I do that, actually? I do that, like... No, I do that in build object. It should still be running that. Weird. Oh, it's just because replacing is always true. That's what's going on here. I don't have to set replacing to true. I was like, what is going on? Okay. Well, I do need it to be true so that it's green. Let me think of how I want to do this. You know, I could probably just kind of merge this code in down here. It'd be easier. So overlapping bodies. Now I can just put this in here. So if we're a land tile, do that stuff. Otherwise, set it to the can place color. Oh, but it's not actually going to set it to can place as false. Let's see, there's probably a different way I could do this. So I just, like, removed everything. Let's go put it back where it was. I could just make sure I don't set the color if it's already set to the replacement color, you know? That would be fine. Just do that. And now everything will work beautifully. Still one more thing I gotta do in there, though, but... Okay, so now you can see... Can't place, can place. But now I need to do another check for specifically land tiles, right? If the tile beneath me is a land tile. But it should be really easy, because I just have to say in here... If we just get tile data or whatever... var current tile data tiles table .get tile ID. Hey Velcro Beans, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. How are you doing? Let me give you a follow. What are you up to today on your stream? Alright, so we're gonna check that, and if it's not land, then we know that we're replacing, otherwise we're just building. Let's give it a try. Good evening. Yeah, welcome in. How are you doing? Look at this. So now on regular land tiles, it's blue. When you're placing it onto a different tile that's not the same tile, it turns green, so you know you're replacing. But then when you're on the same tile, it doesn't let you place, and it's red. So that works really well. It should work with all this other stuff, too. The cobble. It's funny that the floating platform is, doing it. See, that's the thing. I don't want it to... If can place is already false, I guess I just check... here. If can place is already valid. Because then I don't get this issue where it turns green when I can't place this tile anywhere here. But it should still work otherwise. Yeah, there we go. Cool. So that fixes a lot of problems. And it does the replacement stuff inside of the build object script, which is good because it means I don't have to duplicate that code anywhere. Nice. So yeah, I mean, that's like one of the biggest things. Trying to think what else we need to really do. The final step, I think, to making this like fully complete is just making it so I can place tiles underneath the other buildings. I think it should be relatively straightforward. I'm going to add a flag inside of the buildings table that allows buildings to be placed on top of other buildings. You know, it doesn't check for collisions. So, and I think that should pretty much fix everything. And that'll only be true for these kinds of flooring, like wood planks and stuff, so. But yeah. And, you know, if anybody needs to do that anyways, then now there's a flag for it, so. Like, I think you had that same kind of thing in your mod, actually, Oshik, where you place the other buildings on top of, it was like the fume extractor or whatever. So, you know, maybe that would actually be a good flag to have in cases like that. But yeah, I think we're good to go. We have hit 4 hours, unfortunately. So we're going to end stream. But yeah, we got it going. I think it works on multiplayer, which is like an enormous weight off of my shoulders, knowing that I don't have to debug that and fix it. So I'm very happy about that. Once we got your song, Oshik, let's go. Yeah, this should work really well, I think, for this new update. I'm excited. There's still so much more stuff I want to add. I wanted to do a like a cassette player. I might still have time for that, so maybe. But yeah. Still some things I gotta get working with this system though, but it's like really close to being solid, I think. Only a couple little quirks we gotta work out. But yeah, I think that's gonna be it. Thank you gamers for coming into the stream. I do appreciate it. I'm excited to get this update finally out. I know it's taken a long time, and I do apologize for that, but I hope that I do really think it's probably one of the biggest updates I've ever done, so hopefully that makes up for it. But yeah. Let's go raid somebody here. It's been a while since we raid Jitspo. We could raid him. Yeah, thank you everybody for coming in. We'll be live again on Friday, 3:30 MST. Yeah. Feel free to grab Starground on Steam right now. Join the Discord. And I'll probably be hopefully putting up an experimental branch just to give people a little bit of time to mess with this new tile set system. And then 0.15 will be coming out on the 18th, so be on the lookout. I think mostly everything is pretty good to go. Yeah, new song, let's go. In terms of stability and stuff, there's still some more things I want to test, but as far as I can tell, I've been playing and I think most things are okay. I did some multiplayer fixes like a couple days ago, and I think that was the final few things I needed to get fixed. So, but yeah. Anyways, I'll let you guys know when the experimental is out on the branch, and then, you know, if anybody has the time, I always would appreciate a little bit of play testing if you guys experience any bugs. Alright, we're gonna start the raid. Thank you gamers for coming in. I'll see all of you on Friday. And I'm sure we'll be working more on deadlift soon, so, you know, be on the lookout for that too. Alright, bye everybody, bye-bye.